Welcome back, travelers, to another quiet journey through the timeless tales of Journey to the West. Tonight, we continue our adventure, following the courageous and mischievous Sun Wukong, the noble monk Xuanzang, and their companions on their epic pilgrimage to the West. Let your mind drift into the enchanting world of ancient China, where myth and magic intertwine. As the soft rustling of leaves and the gentle murmur of distant rivers accompany our story, allow yourself to unwind and let the day's worries slip away. So settle in, close your eyes, and let the soothing sound of these legendary tales guide you into a peaceful night's rest. The journey resumes. Disrupting the Peach Festival, the great sage steals elixir with revolt in heaven. Many gods would seize the fiend. Now we must tell you that the great sage, after all, was a monkey monster. In truth, he had no knowledge of his title or rank, nor did he care for the size of his salary. He did nothing but place his name on the register. At his official residence, he was cared for night and day by the attending officials of the two departments. His sole concern was to eat 3 meals a day and to sleep soundly at night. Having neither duties nor worries, he was free and content to tour the mansions and meet friends, to make new acquaintances and form new alliances at his leisure. When he met the 3 pure ones, he addressed them as "Your Reverence," and when he ran into the 4 Thurks, he would say, "Your Majesty." As for the 9 luminaries, the generals of the 5 quarters, the 28 constellations, the 4 Devarajas, the 12 hoary branches, the 5 elders of the 5 regions, the star spirits of the entire heaven, and the numerous gods of the Milky Way, he called them all brother and treated them in a fraternal manner. Today he toured the east, and tomorrow he wandered west. Going and coming on the clouds, he had no specific itinerary. Early one morning, when the Jade Emperor was holding court, the Taoist immortal Shu Jingyang stepped from the ranks and went forward to memorialize, kowtowing, "The great sage, equal to heaven, has no duties at present and merely dawdles away his time. He has become quite chummy with the various stars and constellations of heaven, calling them his friends regardless of whether they are his superiors or subordinates, and I fear that his idleness may lead to roguery. It would be better to give him some assignment so that he will not grow mischievous." When the Jade Emperor heard these words, he sent for the Monkey King at once, who came amiably. "Your Majesty," he said, "what promotion or reward did you have in mind for old Monkey when you called him?" "We perceive," said the Jade Emperor, "that your life is quite indolent, since you have nothing to do, and we have decided therefore to give you an assignment. You will temporarily take care of the Garden of Immortal Peaches. Be careful and diligent morning and evening." Delighted, the great sage bowed deeply and grunted his gratitude as he withdrew. He could not restrain himself from rushing immediately into the Garden of Immortal Peaches to inspect the place. A local spirit from the garden stopped him and asked, "Where is the great sage going?" "I have been authorized by the Jade Emperor," said the great sage, "to look after the Garden of Immortal Peaches. I have come to conduct an inspection." The local spirit hurriedly saluted him, and then called together all the stewards in charge of hoeing, watering, tending peaches, and cleaning and sweeping. They all came to kowtow to the great sage and led him inside. There he saw radiantly young and lovely, on every trunk and limb, radiantly young and lovely blossoms filling the trees, and fruits on every trunk and limb weighing down the stems. The fruits, weighing down the stems, hang like balls of gilt. The blossoms, filling the trees, form tufts of rouge. Ever they bloom and ever fruit-bearing, they ripen in 1,000 years. Not knowing winter or summer, they lengthen out to 10,000 years. Those that first ripen glow like faces reddened with wine, while those half-grown ones are stalk-held and green-skinned. Encased in smoke, their flesh retains their green, but sunlight reveals their cinnabar grace. Beneath the trees are rare flowers and exotic grass, which colours, unfading in 4 seasons, remain the same. The towers, the terraces, and the studios, left and right, rise so high into the air that often cloud covers are seen, not planted by the vulgar or the worldly of the dark city. They are grown and tended by the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. The great sage enjoyed this sight for a long time, and then asked the local spirit, "How many trees are there?" "There are 3,600, said the local spirit. "In the front are 1,200 trees, with little flowers and small fruits. These ripen once every 3,000 years, and after one taste of them, a man will become an immortal, enlightened in the way, with healthy limbs and a lightweight body. In the middle are 1,200 trees of layered flowers and sweet fruits. They ripen once every 6,000 years. If a man eats them, he will ascend to heaven with the mist and never grow old. At the back are 1,200 trees, with fruits of purple veins and pale yellow pits. These ripen once every 9,000 years, and if eaten, will make a man's age equal to that of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon." Highly pleased by these words, the great sage that very day made thorough inspection of the trees and a listing of the arbours and pavilions before returning to his residence. From then on, he would go there to enjoy the scenery once every 3 or 4 days. He no longer consorted with his friends, nor did he take any more trips. One day, he saw that more than half of the peaches on the branches of the older trees had ripened, and he wanted very much to eat one and sample its novel taste. Closely followed, however, by the local spirit of the garden, the stewards and the divine attendants of the equal to heaven residence, he found it inconvenient to do so. He therefore devised a plan on the spur of the moment and said to them, "Why don't you all wait for me outside and let me rest a while in this arbour?" The various immortals withdrew accordingly. That Monkey King then took off his cap and robe and climbed up onto a big tree. He selected the large peaches that were thoroughly ripened, and plucking many of them, ate to his heart's content right on the branches. Only after he had his fill did he jump down from the tree. Pinning back his cap and donning his robe, he called for his train of followers to return to the residence. After 2 or 3 days, he used the same device to steal peaches to gratify himself once again. One day, the Lady Queen Mother decided to open wide her treasure chamber and to give a banquet for the grand festival of immortal peaches, which was to be held in the palace of the Jasper Pool. She ordered the various immortal maidens, red gown, blue gown, white gown, black gown, purple gown, yellow gown, and green gown, to go with their flower baskets to the garden of immortal peaches and pick the fruits for the festival. The 7 maidens went to the gate of the garden and found it guarded by the local spirit, the stewards and the ministers from the 2 departments of the equal to heaven residence. The girls approached them, saying, "We have been ordered by the Queen Mother to pick some peaches for our banquet." "Divine maidens," said the local spirit, "please wait a moment. This year is not quite the same as last year. The Jade Emperor has put in charge here the great sage, equal to heaven, and we must report to him before we are allowed to open the gate." "Where is the great sage?" asked the maidens. "He is in the garden," said the local spirit. "Because he is tired, he is sleeping alone in the arbour." "If that's the case," said the maidens, "let us go and find him, for we cannot be late." The local spirit went into the garden with them. They found their way to the arbor, but saw no one. Only the cap and the robe were left in the arbor, but there was no person to be seen. The great sage, you see, had played for a while and eaten a number of peaches. He had then changed himself into a figure only 2 inches high, and perching on the branch of a large tree, had fallen asleep under the cover of thick leaves. "Since we came by imperial decree," said the 7-gown immortal maidens, "how can we return empty-handed, even though we cannot locate the great sage?" One of the divine officials said from the side, "Since the divine maidens have come by decree, they should wait no longer. Our great sage has a habit of wandering off somewhere, and he must have left the garden to meet his friends. Go and pick your peaches now, and we shall report the matter for you." The immortal maidens followed his suggestion and went into the grove to pick their peaches. They gathered 2 basketfuls from the trees in front and filled 3 more baskets from the trees in the middle. When they went to the trees at the back of the grove, they found that the flowers were sparse and the fruit scanty. Only a few peaches with hairy stems and green skins were left, for the fact is that the Monkey King had eaten all the ripe ones. Looking this way and that, the 7 immortal maidens found on a branch pointing southward one single peach that was half white and half red. The blue-gown maiden pulled the branch down with her hand, and the red-gown maiden, after plucking the fruit, let the branch snap back up into its position. This was the very branch on which the transformed great sage was sleeping. Startled by her, the great sage revealed his true form and whipped out from his ear the golden hooped rod. One wave, and it had the thickness of a rice bowl. "From what region have you come, monsters?" he cried, "that you have the gall to steal my peaches?" Terrified, the 7 immortal maidens knelt down together and pleaded, "Let the great sage calm himself. We are not monsters, but the 7-gown immortal maidens sent by the Lady Queen Mother to pluck the fruits needed for the grand festival of immortal peaches, when the treasure chamber is opened wide. We just came here and first saw the local spirit of the garden, who could not find the great sage. Fearing that we might be delayed in fulfilling the command of the Queen Mother, we did not wait for the great sage, but proceeded to pluck the peaches. We beg you to forgive us." When the great sage heard these words, his anger changed to delight. "Please arise, divine maidens," he said. "Who is invited to the banquet when the Queen Mother opens wide her treasure chamber?" "The last festival had its own set of rules," said the immortal maidens, "and those invited were the Buddha, the Bodhisattvas, the holy monks, and the Arhats of the Western Heaven, Kuan Yin from the South Pole, the Holy Emperor of Great Mercy of the East, the Immortals of 10 continents and 3 islands, the Dark Spirit of the North Pole, the Great Immortal of the Yellow Horn from the Imperial Center. These were the elders from the 5 quarters. In addition, there were the star spirits of the 5 poles, the 3 pure ones, the 4 Deva kings, the heavenly Deva of the Great Monad, and the rest from the upper 8 caves. From the middle 8 caves, there were the Jade Emperor, the 9 heroes, the immortals of the seas and mountains, and from the lower 8 caves, there were the Pope of Darkness and the terrestrial immortals. The gods and divas, both great and small, of every palace and mansion, will be attending this happy festival of the immortal peaches." "Am I invited?" asked the great sage, laughing. "We haven't heard your name mentioned," said the immortal maidens. "I am the great sage, equal to heaven," said the great sage. "Why shouldn't I, old monkey, be made an honored guest at the party? "Well, we told you the rule for the last festival," said the immortal maidens, "but we do not know what will happen this time." "You are right," said the great sage, "and I don't blame you. You all just stand here and let old monkey go and do a little detection to find out whether he's invited or not." Dear great sage. He made a magic sign and recited a spell, saying to the various immortal maidens, "Stay, stay, stay." This was the magic of immobilization, the effect of which was that the 7-gown immortal maidens all stood wide-eyed and transfixed beneath the peach trees. Leaping out of the garden, the great sage mounted his hallowed cloud and headed straight for the jasper pool. As he journeyed, he saw over there a sky full of holy mist with sparkling light, and 5-colored clouds passing ceaselessly. The cries of white cranes pierced the ninefold heaven. Purple fungi bloomed through 1,000 leaves. Right in this midst, an immortal appeared, with a natural fair face and manner distinct. His spirit glowed like a dancing rainbow. A list of no birth or death hung from his waist. His name, the great immortal of naked feet. Attending the peaches feast, he'd lengthen his age. That great immortal of naked feet ran right into the great sage, who, his head bowed, was just devising a plan to deceive the real immortal. Since he wanted to go in secret to the festival, he asked, "Where is the venerable wisdom going?" The great immortal said, "On the kind invitation of the Queen Mother, I am going to the happy festival of immortal peaches. The venerable wisdom has not yet learned of what I'm about to say," said the great sage. "Because of the speed of my cloud somersault, the Jade Emperor has sent Old Monkey out to all 5 thoroughfares to invite people to go first to the Hall of Perfect Light for a rehearsal of ceremonies before attending the banquet." Being a sincere and honest man, the great immortal took the lie for the truth, though he protested. "In years past, we rehearsed right at the Jasper Pool and expressed our gratitude there. Why do we have to go to the Hall of Perfect Light for rehearsal this time before attending the banquet?" Nonetheless, he had no choice but to change the direction of his hallowed cloud and go straight to the hall. Treading the cloud, the great sage recited a spell, and with one shake of his body, changed into the form of the great immortal of naked feet. It did not take him very long before he reached the treasure chamber. He stopped his cloud and walked softly inside. There he found swirling waves of ambrosial fragrance, dense layers of holy mist, a jade terrace decked with ornaments, a chamber full of the life force, ethereal shapes of the phoenix soaring and the argus rising, and undulant forms of gold blossoms with stems of jade. Set upon, there were the screen of 9 phoenixes in twilight, the beacon mound of 8 treasures and purple mist, a table inlaid with 5-color gold, and a green jade pot of 1,000 flowers. On the tables were dragon livers and phoenix marrow, bear paws and the lips of apes. Most tempting was every one of the 100 delicacies, and most succulent the hue of every kind of fruit and food. Everything was laid out in an orderly fashion, but no deity had yet arrived for the feast. Our great sage could not make an end of staring at the scene when he suddenly felt the overpowering aroma of wine. Turning his head, he saw, in the long corridor to the right, several wine-making divine officials and grain-mashing stewards. They were giving directions to the few Taoists charged with carrying water, and the boys who took care of the fire in washing out the barrels and scrubbing the jugs. For they had already finished making the wine, rich and mellow as the juices of jade. The great sage could not prevent the saliva from dripping out of the corner of his mouth, and he wanted to have a taste at once, except that the people were all standing there. He therefore resorted to magic. Plucking a few hairs, he threw them into his mouth and chewed them to pieces before spitting them out. He recited a spell and cried, "Change." They changed into many sleep-inducing insects which landed on the people's faces. Look at them, how their hands grow weak, their heads droop, and their eyelids sink down. They dropped their activities and all fell sound asleep. The great sage then took some of the rare delicacies and choicest dainties and ran into the corridor. Standing beside the jars and leaning on the barrels, he abandoned himself to drinking. After feasting for a long time, he became thoroughly drunk, but he turned this over in his mind. Bad, bad. In a little while, when the invited guests arrive, won't they be indignant with me? What will happen to me once I'm caught? I'd better go back home now and sleep it off. Dear great sage, reeling from side to side, he stumbled along solely on the strength of wine, and in a moment he lost his way. It was not the equal to heaven residence that he went to, but the Tushita Palace. The moment he saw it, he realized his mistake. The Tushita Palace is at the uppermost of the 33 heavens, he said, the griefless heaven, which is the home of the Most High Laozi. How did I get here? No matter, I've always wanted to see this old man, but have never found the opportunity. Now that it's on my way, I might as well pay him a visit. He straightened out his attire and pushed his way in, but Laozi was nowhere to be seen. In fact, there was not a trace of anyone. The fact of the matter was that Laozi, accompanied by the aged Buddha de Pamkara, was giving a lecture on the tall, 3-storied, red-mound elixir platform. The various divine youths, commanders, and officials were all attending the lecture, standing on both sides of the platform. Searching around, our great sage went all the way to the alchemical room. He found no one, but saw fire burning in an oven beside the hearth, and around the oven were 5 gourds in which finished elixir was stored. This thing is the greatest treasure of immortals, said the great sage happily. Since Old Monkey has understood the way and comprehended the mystery of the internal's identity with the external, I have also wanted to produce some golden elixir on my own to benefit people. While I have been too busy at other times, even to think about going home to enjoy myself, good fortune has met me at the door today and presented me with this. As long as Laozi is not around, I'll take a few tablets and try the taste of something new. He poured out the contents of all the gourds and ate them like fried beans. In a moment, the effect of the elixir had dispelled that of the wine, and he again thought to himself, bad, bad. I have brought on myself calamity greater than heaven. If the Jade Emperor has knowledge of this, it'll be difficult to preserve my life. Go, go, go. I'll go back to the region below to be a king. He ran out of the Tushita Palace and, avoiding the former way, left by the West Heaven Gate, making himself invisible by the magic of body concealment. Lowering the direction of his cloud, he returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain. There he was greeted by flashing banners and shining spears, for the 4 mighty commanders and the monster kings of 72 caves were engaging in a military exercise. "Little ones," the great sage called out loudly, "I have returned." The monsters dropped their weapons and knelt down, saying, "Great sage, what laxity of mind. You left us for so long and did not even once visit us to see how we were doing." "It's not that long," said the great sage. "It's not that long." They walked as they talked and went deep inside the cave dwelling. After sweeping the place clean and preparing a place for him to rest, and after kowtowing and doing homage, the 4 mighty commanders said, The great sage has been living for over a century in heaven. May we ask what appointment he actually received? I recall that it's been but half a year, said the great sage, laughing. How can you talk of a century? One day in heaven, said the commanders, is equal to 1 year on earth. The great sage said, I am glad to say that the Jade Emperor this time was more favorably disposed toward me, and he did indeed appoint me great sage, equal to heaven. An official residence was built for me, and 2 departments, peace and quiet and serene spirit, were established with bodyguards and attendants in each department. Later, when it was found that I carried no responsibility, I was asked to take care of the Garden of Immortal Peaches. Recently, the Lady Queen Mother gave the grand festival of Immortal Peaches, but she did not invite me. Without waiting for her invitation, I went first to the Jasper Pool and secretly consumed the food and wine. Leaving that place, I staggered into the Palace of Laozi and finished up all the elixir stored in 5 gourds. I was afraid that the Jade Emperor would be offended, and so I decided to walk out of the Heaven Gate. The various monsters were delighted by these words, and they prepared a banquet of fruits and wine to welcome him. A stone bowl was filled with coconut wine and presented to the great sage, who took a mouthful and then exclaimed with a grimace, It tastes awful, just awful. The great sage, said Beng and Bar, the 2 commanders, has grown accustomed to tasting divine wine and food in heaven. Small wonder that coconut wine now seems hardly delectable. But the proverb says, tasty or not, it's water from home. And all of you are, related or not, people from home, said the great sage. When I was enjoying myself this morning at the Jasper Pool, I saw many jars and jugs in the corridor, full of the juices of jade, which you have never savoured. Let me go back and steal a few bottles to bring down here. Just drink half a cup, and each one of you will live long without growing old. The various monkeys could not contain their delight. The great sage immediately left the cave and, with one somersault, went directly back to the Festival of Immortal Peaches, again using the magic of body concealment. As he entered the doorway of the palace of the Jasper Pool, he saw that the winemakers, the grain mashers, the water carriers, and the fire tenders were still asleep and snoring. He took 2 large bottles, one under each arm, and carried 2 more in his hands. Reversing the direction of his cloud, he returned to the monkeys in the cave. They held their own festival of immortal wine, with each one drinking a few cups, which incident we shall relate no further. Now we tell you about the 7-gown immortal maidens, who did not find a release from the great sage's magic of immobilization until a whole day had gone by. Each one of them then took her flower basket and reported to the Queen Mother, saying, We are delayed because the great sage, equal to heaven, imprisoned us with his magic. How many baskets of immortal peaches have you gathered? Asked the Queen Mother. Only 2 baskets of small peaches, and 3 of medium-sized peaches, said the immortal maidens, for when we went to the back of the grove, there was not even half a large one left. We think the great sage must have eaten them all. As we went looking for him, he unexpectedly made his appearance and threatened us with violence and beating. He also questioned us about who had been invited to the banquet, and we gave him a thorough account of the last festival. It was then that he bound us with a spell, and we didn't know where he went. It was only a moment ago that we found release, and so could come back here. When the Queen Mother heard these words, she went immediately to the Jade Emperor and presented him with a full account of what had taken place. Before she finished speaking, the group of winemakers, together with the various divine officials, also came to report. someone unknown to us has vandalized the festival of immortal peaches. The juice of jade, the 8 dainties, and the 100 delicacies have all been stolen or eaten up. 4 royal preceptors then came up to announce the supreme patriarch of Tao has arrived. The Jade Emperor went out with the Queen Mother to greet him. Having paid his respects to them, Laozi said, "There are, in the house of this old Taoist, some finished golden elixir of 9 turns, which are reserved for the use of your majesty during the next grand festival of Cinnabar. Strange to say, they have been stolen by some thief, and I have come specifically to make this known to your majesty." This report stunned the Jade Emperor. Presently, the officials from the Equal to Heaven residence came to announce, kowtowing, "The great sage Sun has not been discharging his duties of late. He went out yesterday and still has not yet returned. Moreover, we do not know where he went." These words gave the Jade Emperor added anxiety. Next came the great immortal of naked feet, who prostrated himself and said, "Yesterday, in response to the Queen Mother's invitation, your subject was on his way to attend the festival when he met by chance the great sage, Equal to Heaven. The sage said to your subject that your majesty had ordered him to send your subject first to the Hall of Perfect Light for a rehearsal of ceremonies before attending the banquet. Your subject followed his direction and duly went to the hall, but I did not see the dragon chariot and the phoenix carriage of your majesty, and therefore hastened to come here to wait upon you." More astounded than ever, the Jade Emperor said, "This fellow now falsifies imperial decrees and deceives my worthy ministers. Let the divine minister of detection quickly locate his whereabouts." The minister received his order and left the palace to make a thorough investigation. After obtaining all the details, he returned presently to report, "The person who has so profoundly disturbed heaven is none other than the great sage, Equal to Heaven." He then gave a repeated account of all the previous incidents, and the Jade Emperor was furious. He at once commanded the 4 great Devarajas to assist Devaraja Li and Prince Nata. Together, they called up the 28 constellations, the 9 luminaries, the 12 horary branches, the fearless guards of 5 quarters, the 4 temporal guardians, the stars of east and west, the gods of north and south, the deities of the 5 mountains and the 4 rivers, the star spirits of the entire heaven, and 100,000 celestial soldiers. They were ordered to set up 18 sets of cosmic net, to journey to the region below, to encircle completely the flower fruit mountain, and to capture the rogue and bring him to justice. All the deities immediately alerted their troops and departed from the heavenly palace. As they left, this was the spectacle of the expedition. Yellow with dust, the churning wind concealed the darkening sky. Reddish with clay, the rising fog o'erlaid the dusky world. Because an impish monkey insulted the highest lord, the saints of all heaven descended to this mortal earth. Those 4 great Devarajas, those fearless guards of 5 quarters, those 4 great Deva kings made up the main command. Those fearless guards of 5 quarters moved countless troops. Li, the pagoda bearer, gave orders from the army's center, with the fierce Nata as the captain of his vanward forces. The star of Rahu at the forefront made the roll call. The star of Ketu, noble and tall, brought up the rear. Soma, the moon, displayed a spirit most eager. Aditya, the sun, was all shining and radiant. Heroes of special talents were the stars of 5 phases. The 9 luminaries most relished a good battle. The horary branches of Z1, Wu7, Mao4, and Yao10, they were all celestial guardians of titanic strength. To the east and west, the 5 plagues and the 5 mountains. To the left and right, the 6 gods of darkness and the 6 gods of light. Above and below, the dragon gods of the 4 rivers. And in tightest formation, the 28 constellations. Citra, Svatvraj, Vishaka, and Anuradha were the captains. Revata, Ashvin, Apabaran, and Kritika knew combat well. Uttara, Asada, Abhijit, Shravana, Shravista, Purva, Prostapada, Uttara, Prostapada, Rohina, Mulabarhan, Purva, Asada, every one an able star. Punarvasu, Tishya, Ashlesa, Megha, Purva, Falguni, Uttara, Falguni, and Hasta, all brandished swords and spears to show their power. Stopping the cloud and lowering the mist, they came to this mortal world, and pitched their tents before the mountain of flower and fruit. The poem says, the heaven-born Monkey King, who can change a lot, steals wine and elixir to joy in his mountain lair. Since he spoiled the feast of the immortal peach, 100,000 heaven troops spread the net of God. Devaraja Li now gave the order for the celestial soldiers to pitch their tents, and a cordon was drawn so tightly around the flower fruit mountain that not even water could escape. Moreover, 18 sets of cosmic net were spread out above and below the region, and the 9 luminaries were then ordered to go into battle. They led their troops and advanced to the cave, in front of which they found a troop of monkeys, both great and small, prancing about playfully. "Little monsters, over there," cried one of the star spirits in a severe voice. "Where is your great sage? We are heavenly deities sent here from the region above to subdue your rebellious great sage. Tell him to come here quickly and surrender. If he but utters half a no, all of you will be executed." Hastily the little monsters reported inside. "Great sage, disaster, disaster." Outside there are 9 savage deities who claim that they are sent from the region above to subdue the great sage. Our great sage was just sharing the heavenly wine with the 4 mighty commanders and the monster kings of 72 caves. Hearing this announcement, he said in a most nonchalant manner, "If you have wine today, get drunk today. Mind not the troubles in front of your door." Scarcely had he uttered this proverb when another group of imps came leaping and said, "Those 9 savage gods are trying to provoke battle with foul words and nasty language." "Don't listen to them," said the great sage, laughing. "Let us seek today pleasure in poetry and wine, and cease asking when we may achieve glory or fame." Hardly had he finished speaking when still another flock of imps arrived to report, "Father, those 9 savage gods have broken down the door and are about to fight their way in." "These reckless, witless gods," said the great sage angrily. "They really have no manners. I was not about to quarrel with them. Why are they abusing me to my face?" He gave the order for the one-horned demon king to lead the monster kings of 72 caves to battle, adding that Old Monkey and the 4 mighty commanders would follow in the rear. The demon king swiftly led his troops of ogres to go out to fight, but they were ambushed by the 9 luminaries and pinned down right at the head of the sheet iron bridge. At the height of the melee, the great sage arrived. "Make way," he yelled, whipping out his iron rod. One wave of it, and it was as thick as a rice bowl and about 12 feet long. The great sage plunged into battle, and none of the 9 luminaries dared oppose him. In a moment, they were all beaten back. When they regrouped themselves again in battle formation, the 9 luminaries stood still and said, "You senseless ban-horse plague, you are guilty of the 10 evils. You first stole peaches and then wine, utterly disrupting the grand festival of immortal peaches. You also robbed Laozi of his immortal elixir, and then you had the gall to plunder the imperial winery for your personal enjoyment. Don't you realize that you have piled up sin upon sin?" "Indeed," said the great sage. "These several incidents did occur, but what do you intend to do now?" The 9 luminaries said, "We received the golden decree of the Jade Emperor to lead our troops here to subdue you. Submit at once and spare these creatures from being slaughtered. If not, we shall level this mountain and overturn this cave." "How great is your magical power, silly gods," retorted the great sage angrily, "that you dare to mouth such foolhardy words. Don't go away. Have a taste of old monkey's rod." The 9 luminaries mounted a joint attack, but the handsome Monkey King was not in the least intimidated. He wielded his golden hooped rod, parrying left and right, and fought the 9 luminaries until they were thoroughly exhausted. Every one of them turned around and fled, his weapons trailing behind him. Running into the tent at the center of their army, they said to the pagoda bearer Devaraja, "That Monkey King is indeed an intrepid warrior. We cannot withstand him and have returned defeated." Devaraja Lee then ordered the 4 great Devarajas and the 28 constellations to go out together to do battle. Without displaying the slightest panic, the great sage also ordered the one-horned demon king, the monster kings of 72 caves, and the 4 mighty commanders to range themselves in battle formation in front of the cave. Look at this all-out battle. It was truly terrifying, with the cold, soughing wind, the dark, dreadful fog. On one side, the colourful banners fluttered. On the other, lances and halberds glimmered. There were row upon row of shining helmets, and coat upon coat of gleaming armour. Row upon row of helmets shining in the sunlight resembled silver bells whose chimes echoed in the sky. Coat upon coat of gleaming armour, rising cliff-like in layers, seemed like glaciers crushing the earth. The giant scimitars flew and flashed like lightning. The mulberry-white spears could pierce even mist and cloud. The cross-like halberds and tiger-eye lashes were arranged like thick rows of hemp. The green swords of bronze and 4-sided shovels crowded together like trees in a dense forest. Curved bows, crossbows, and stout arrows with eagle plumes, short staffs and snake-like lances, all could kill or maim. That compliant rod, which the great sage owned, kept tossing and turning in this battle with gods. They fought till the air was red of birds flying by. Wolves and tigers were driven from within the mount. The planet was darkened by hurtling rocks and stones, and the cosmos bedimmed by flying dust and dirt. The clamour and clangour disturbed heaven and earth. The scrap and scuffle alarmed both demons and gods. Beginning with the battle formation at dawn, they fought until the sun sank down behind the western hills. The one-horned demon king and the monster kings of 72 caves were all taken captive by the forces of heaven. Those who escaped were the 4 mighty commanders and the troop of monkeys, who hid themselves deep inside the water-curtain cave. With his single rod, the great sage withstood in mid-air the 4 great Devarajas, Lee the pagoda-bearer and Prince Nata, and battled with them for a long time. When he saw that evening was approaching, the great sage plucked a handful of hairs, threw them into his mouth, and chewed them to pieces. He spat them out, crying, "Change!" They changed at once into many thousands of great sages, each employing a golden hooped rod. They beat back Prince Nata and defeated the 5 Devarajas. In triumph, the great sage collected back his hairs and hurried back to his cave. Soon, at the head of the sheet-iron bridge, he was met by the 4 mighty commanders leading the rest of the monkeys. As they kowtowed to receive him, they cried 3 times, sobbing aloud, and then they laughed 3 times, he-heing and ho-hoing. The great sage said, "Why do you all laugh and cry when you see me?" "When we fought with the Deva kings this morning," said the 4 mighty commanders, "the monster kings of 72 caves and the one-horned demon king, were all taken captive by the gods. We were the only ones who managed to escape alive, and that is why we cried. Now we see that the great sage has returned unharmed and triumphant, and so we laugh as well. Victory and defeat, said the great sage, are the common experiences of a soldier. The ancient proverb says, "You may kill 10,000 of your enemies, but you will lose 3,000 of your allies." Moreover, those chieftains who have been captured are tigers and leopards, wolves and insects, badgers and foxes and the like. Not a single member of our own kind has been hurt. Why then should we be disconsolate? Although our adversaries have been beaten back by my magic of body division, they are still encamped at the foot of our mountain. Let us be most vigilant, therefore, in our defense. Have a good meal, rest well, and conserve your energy. When morning comes, watch me perform a great magic and capture some of these generals from heaven, so that our comrades may be avenged. The 4 mighty commanders drank a few bowls of coconut wine with the host of monkeys and went to sleep peacefully. We shall speak no more of them. When those 4 Divarajas retired their troops and stopped their fighting, each one of the heavenly commanders came to report his accomplishment. There were those who had captured lions and elephants, and those who had apprehended wolves, crawling creatures, and foxes. Not a single monkey monster, however, had been seized. The camp was then secured, a great tent was pitched, and those commanders with meritorious services were rewarded. The soldiers in charge of the cosmic nets were ordered to carry bells and were given passwords. They encircled the flower fruit mountain to await the great battle of the next day, and each soldier, everywhere, diligently kept his watch. So this is the situation. The fiendish monkey riots through heaven and earth, but the net spreads open, ready night and day. Guan Yin, attending the banquet, inquires into the cause. The little sage, exerting his power, subdues the great sage. For the moment we shall not tell you about the siege of the gods or the great sage at rest. We speak instead of the great compassionate deliverer, the efficacious Bodhisattva Guan Yin from the Potalaka mountain of the South Sea. Invited by the Lady Queen Mother to attend the grand festival of immortal peaches, she arrived at the treasure chamber of the Jasper Pool with her senior disciple, Huyan. There they found the whole place desolate and the banquet tables in utter disarray. Although several members of the heavenly pantheon were present, none was seated. Instead, they were all engaged in vigorous exchanges and discussions. After the Bodhisattva had greeted the various deities, they told her what had occurred. "Since there will be no festival," said the Bodhisattva, "nor any raising of cups, all of you might as well come with this humble cleric to see the Jade Emperor." The gods followed her gladly, and they went to the entrance to the Hall of Perfect Light. There the Bodhisattva was met by the 4 celestial masters and the immortal of naked feet, who recounted how the celestial soldiers, ordered by an enraged Jade Emperor to capture the monster, had not yet returned. The Bodhisattva said, "I would like to have an audience with the Jade Emperor. May I trouble one of you to announce my arrival?" The heavenly preceptor, Chu Hongji, went at once into the treasure hall of divine mists, and having made his report, invited Guan Yin to enter. Laozi then took the upper seat with the emperor, while the Lady Queen Mother was in attendance behind the throne. The Bodhisattva led the crowd inside. After paying homage to the Jade Emperor, they also saluted Laozi and the Queen Mother. When each of them was seated, she asked, "How is the grand festival of immortal peaches?" "Every year, when the festival has been given," said the Jade Emperor, "we have thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. This year it has been completely ruined by a baneful monkey, leaving us with nothing but an invitation to disappointment. Where did this baneful monkey come from? Asked the Bodhisattva. He was born of a stone egg on top of the flower fruit mountain of the Aolai country of the East Purva-Vidaha continent, said the Jade Emperor. At the moment of his birth, 2 beams of golden light flashed immediately from his eyes, reaching as far as the palace of the pole star. We did not think much of that, but he later became a monster, subduing the dragon and taming the tiger, as well as eradicating his name from the register of death. When the dragon kings and the kings of the underworld brought the matter to our attention, we wanted to capture him. The Star of Long Life, however, observed that all the beings of the 3 regions that possess the 9 apertures could attain immortality. We therefore decided to educate and nurture the talented monkey and summoned him to the region above. He was appointed to the post of Bimawan at the imperial stables, but, taking offense at the lowliness of his position, he left heaven in rebellion. We then sent Devaraja Li and Prince Nata to ask for his submission by proclaiming a decree of pacification. He was brought again to the region above and was appointed the Great Sage, equal to heaven, a rank without compensation. Since he had nothing to do but to wander east and west, we feared that he might cause further trouble. So he was asked to look after the Garden of Immortal Peaches, but he broke the law and ate all the large peaches from the oldest trees. By then, the banquet was about to be given. As a person without salary, he was, of course, not invited. Nonetheless, he plotted to deceive the immortal of naked feet and managed to sneak into the banquet by assuming the immortal's appearance. He finished off all the divine wine and food, after which he also stole Laozi's elixir and took away a considerable quantity of imperial wine for the enjoyment of his mountain monkeys. Our mind has been sorely vexed by this, and we therefore sent 100,000 celestial soldiers with cosmic nets to capture him. We haven't yet received today's report on how the battle is faring. When the Bodhisattva heard this, she said to disciple Huiyan, "You must leave heaven at once. Go down to the Flower Fruit Mountain and inquire into the military situation. If the enemy is engaged, you can lend your assistance. In any event, you must bring back a factual report." The disciple Hui straightened out his attire and mounted the cloud to leave the palace, an iron rod in his hand. When he arrived at the mountain, he found layers of cosmic net drawn tightly and sentries at every gate holding bells and shouting passwords. The encirclement of the mountain was indeed watertight. Huiyan stood still and called out, "Heavenly sentinels, may I trouble you to announce my arrival? I am Prince Moxa, second son of Devaraja Li, and I am also Huiyan, senior disciple of Guanyin of South Sea. I have come to inquire about the military situation." The divine soldiers of the 5 mountains at once reported this beyond the gate. The constellations Aquarius, Pleiades, Hydra, and Scorpio then conveyed the message to the central tent. Devaraja Li issued a directorial flag, which ordered the cosmic nets to be opened and entrance permitted for the visitor. Day was just dawning in the east as Hui unfollowed the flag inside and prostrated himself before the 4 great Devarajas and Devaraja Li. After he had finished his greetings, Devaraja Li said, "My child, where have you come from?" "Your untutored son," said Huiyan, accompanied the Bodhisattva to attend the festival of Immortal Peaches. Seeing that the festival was desolate and the jasper pool laid waste, the Bodhisattva led the various deities and your untutored son to have an audience with the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor spoke at length about Father and King's expedition to the region below to subdue the baneful monkey. since no report has returned for a whole day, and neither victory nor defeat has been ascertained. The Bodhisattva ordered your untutored son to come here to find out how things stand. We came here yesterday to set up the encampment, said Devaraja Lee, and the 9 luminaries were sent to provoke battle. But this fellow made a grand display of his magical powers, and the 9 luminaries all returned defeated. After that, I led the troops personally to confront him, and the fellow also brought his forces into formation. Our 100,000 celestial soldiers fought with him until evening, when he retreated from the battle by using the magic of body division. When we recalled the troops and made our investigation, we found that we had captured some wolves, crawling creatures, tigers, leopards, and the like. But we did not even catch half a monkey monster, and today we have not yet gone into battle. As he was saying all this, someone came from the gate of the camp to report that Great Sage, leading his band of monkey monsters, is shouting for battle outside. The 4 Devarajas, Devaraja Lee, and the prince at once made plans to bring out the troops. When Moxa said, "Father King, your untutored son was told by the Bodhisattva to come down here to acquire information. She also told me to give you assistance should there be actual combat. Though I am not very talented, I volunteer to go out now and see what kind of a great sage this is." "Child," said the Devaraja, "since you have studied with the Bodhisattva for several years, you must, I suppose, have some powers. But do be careful." "Dear Prince," grasping the iron rod with both hands, he tightened up his embroidered garment and leapt out of the gate. "Who is the great sage equal to heaven?" he cried. Holding high his compliant rod, the great sage answered, "None other than old monkey here. Who are you that you dare question me?" "I am Moxa, the 2nd prince of Devaraja Lee," said Moxa. "At present, I am also the disciple of Bodhisattva Guanyin, a defender of the faith before her treasure throne, and my religious name is Huiyan. Why have you left your religious training at South Sea and come here to see me?" said the great sage. "I was sent by my master to inquire about the military situation," said Moxa. "Seeing what a nuisance you have made of yourself, I have come specifically to capture you." "You dare to talk so big," said the great sage, "but don't run away. Have a taste of old monkey's rod." Moxa was not at all frightened, and met his opponent squarely with his own iron rod. The 2 of them stood before the gate of the camp at mid-mountain, and what a magnificent battle they fought. Though one rod is pitted against another, the iron is quite different. Though this weapon couples with the other, the persons are not the same. This one is called the Great Sage, a wayward primordial god. The other is Guanyin's disciple, a true hero and proud. The all-iron rod has been pounded 1,000 times, made by 6 gods of darkness and 6 gods of light. The compliant rod sets the depth of heaven's river, a thing divine ruling the oceans with magic might. The 2 of them in meeting have found their match. Back and forth they battle in endless rounds. From this one, the rod of stealthy hands, savage and fierce. Around the waist stabs and jabs swiftly as the wind. From the other, the rod, doubling as a spear, driving and relentless. Lets up not a moment its parrying left and right. On this side the banners flare and flutter. On the other, the war drums roll and rattle. 10,000 celestial fighters circle round and round. The monkey monsters of a whole cave stand in rows and rows. Weird fog and dark clouds spread throughout the earth. The fume and smoke of battle reach even heaven's home. Yesterday's battle was something to behold. Still more violent is the contest today. Envy the truly able Monkey King. Moxa is beaten. He is fleeing for life. Our great sage battled Huyan for 50 or 60 rounds until the prince's arms and shoulders were sore and numb and he could fight no longer. After one final futile swing of his weapon, he fled in defeat. The great sage then gathered together his monkey troops and stationed them securely outside the entrance of the cave. At the camp of the Devaraja, the celestial soldiers could be seen receiving the prince and making way for him to enter the gate. Panting and puffing, he ran in and gasped out to the 4 Devarajas, Pagoda Bearer Lee and Nata. That great sage, what an ace! Great indeed is his magical power. Your son cannot overcome him and has returned defeated. Shocked by the sight, Devaraja Lee at once wrote a memorial to the throne to request further assistance. The Demon King Mahabali and Prince Moxa were sent to heaven to present the document. Not daring to linger, the two of them crashed out of the cosmic nets and mounted the holy mist and hallowed cloud. In a moment, they reached the Hall of Perfect Light and met the 4 celestial masters, who led them into the treasure hall of divine mists to present their memorial. Huyan also saluted the Bodhisattva, who asked him, "What have you found out about the situation?" "When I reached the Flower Fruit Mountain, by your order," said Huyan, "I opened the cosmic nets by my call. Seeing my father, I told him of my master's intentions in sending me. Father King said, 'We fought a battle yesterday with that Monkey King, but managed to take from him only tigers, leopards, lions, elephants, and the like. We did not catch a single one of his monkey monsters.' As we were talking, he again demanded battle. Your disciple used the iron rod to fight him for 50 or 60 rounds, but I could not prevail against him and returned to the camp defeated. Thus Father had to send the Demon King, Mahabali, and your pupil to come here for help." The Bodhisattva bowed her head and pondered. "We now tell you about the Jade Emperor, who opened the memorial and found a message asking for assistance. This is rather absurd," he said, laughing. "Is this monkey monster such a wizard that not even 100,000 soldiers from heaven can vanquish him? Devaraja Lee is again asking for help. What division of divine warriors can we send to assist him?" Hardly had he finished speaking when Guanyin folded her hands and said to him, "Your Majesty, let not your mind be troubled. This humble cleric will recommend a god who can capture the monkey." "Which one would you recommend?" said the Jade Emperor. "Your Majesty's nephew," said the Bodhisattva, "the immortal master of illustrious sagacity Erlang, who is living at the mouth of the river of libations in the Guan prefecture, and enjoying the incense and oblations offered to him from the region below. In former days, he himself slew 6 monsters. Under his command are the Brothers of Plum Mountain and 1,200 plant-headed deities, all possessing great magical powers. However, he will agree only to special assignments and will not obey any general summons. Your Majesty may want to send an edict transferring his troops to the scene of the battle and requesting his assistance. Our monster will surely be captured." When the Jade Emperor heard this, he immediately issued such an edict and ordered the Demon King Mahabali to present it. Having received the edict, the Demon King mounted a cloud and went straight to the mouth of the river of libations. It took him less than half an hour to reach the temple of the immortal master. Immediately, the demon magistrates guarding the doors made this report inside. "There is a messenger from heaven outside who has arrived with an edict in his hand." Erlang and his brothers came out to receive the edict, which was read before burning incense. The edict said, "The great sage, equal to heaven, a monstrous monkey from the Flower Fruit Mountain, is in revolt. At the palace, he stole peaches, wine, and elixir, and disrupted the grand festival of immortal peaches. 100,000 heavenly soldiers, with 18 sets of cosmic nets, were dispatched to surround the mountain and capture him. But victory has not yet been secured. We therefore make this special request of our worthy nephew and his sworn brothers to go to the Flower Fruit Mountain and assist in destroying this monster. Following your success will be lofty elevation and abundant reward. In great delight, the immortal master said, "Let the messenger of heaven go back. I will go at once to offer my assistance with drawn sword." The demon king went back to report, but we shall speak no further of that. This immortal master called together the 6 brothers of Plum Mountain. They were Kang, Zhang, Yao, and Li, the 4 grand marshals, and Guo Shen and Ji Jian, the 2 generals. As they congregated before the court, he said to them, "The Jade Emperor just now sent us to the Flower Fruit Mountain to capture a monstrous monkey. Let's get going." Delighted and willing, the brothers at once called out the divine soldiers under their command. With falcons mounted and dogs on leashes, with arrows ready and bows drawn, they left in a violent magic wind and crossed in a moment the great Eastern Ocean. As they landed on the Flower Fruit Mountain, they saw their way blocked by dense layers of cosmic net. Divine commanders guarding the cosmic nets. "Hear us," they shouted. "We are specially assigned by the Jade Emperor to capture the monstrous monkey. Open the gate of your camp quickly and let us through." The various deities conveyed the message to the inside, level by level. The 4 Devarajas and Devaraja Li then came out to the gate of the camp to receive them. After they had exchanged greetings, there were questions about the military situation, and the Devaraja gave them a thorough briefing. "Now that I, the little sage, have come," said the immortal master, laughing, "he will have to engage in a contest of transformations with his adversary. You gentlemen make sure that the cosmic nets are tightly drawn on all sides, but leave the top uncovered. Let me try my hand in this contest. If I lose, you gentlemen need not come to my assistance, for my own brothers will be there to support me. If I win, you gentlemen will not be needed in tying him up either. My own brothers will take care of that. All I need is the pagoda bearer Devaraja to stand in midair with his imp-reflecting mirror. If the monster should be defeated, I fear that he may try to flee to a distant locality. Make sure that his image is clearly reflected in the mirror so that we don't lose him." The Devarajas set themselves up in the 4 directions, while the heavenly soldiers all lined up according to their planned formations. With himself as the 7th brother, the immortal master led the 4 grand marshals and the 2 generals out of the camp to provoke battle. The other warriors were ordered to defend their encampment with vigilance, and the plant-headed deities were ordered to have the falcons and dogs ready for battle. The immortal master went to the front of the water curtain cave, where he saw a troop of monkeys neatly positioned in an array that resembled a coiled dragon. At the center of the array was the banner bearing the words, "The Great Sage, equal to heaven." "That audacious monster," said the immortal master. "How dare he assume the rank equal to heaven?" "There's no time for praise or blame," said the 6 brothers of Plum Mountain. "Let's challenge him at once." When the little monkeys in front of the camp saw the immortal master, they ran quickly to make their report, seizing his golden hooped rod, straightening out his golden cuirass, slipping on his cloud-treading shoes, and pressing down his red gold cap. The Monkey King leapt out of the camp. He opened his eyes wide to stare at the immortal master, whose features were remarkably refined and whose attire was most elegant. Truly, he was a man of features most comely and most noble mien, with shoulder-reaching ears and shining eyes. His head wore the three mountains phoenix cap. His body donned a pale yellow goose-down robe. Gold-threaded boots matched coiling dragon socks. 8 flower-like emblems his jade belt adorned. From his waist hung the crescent pellet bow. His hands held a lance of 3 points and 2 blades. Once he cleaved Peach Mountain to save his mother. His one pellet struck a tall tree as 2 phoenixes. Slaying 8 fiends flung far his fame. As bond brother midst Plum Mountain 7 saints. His lofty mind scorned being high heaven's kin. His pride led him to dwell near Libation's stream. From Chai City here is the kind heroic sage. Of boundless epiphanies, he's named Erlang. When the great sage saw him, he lifted high his golden hooped rod with gales of laughter and called out, "What little warrior are you, and where do you come from, that you dare present yourself here to provoke battle? You must have eyes, but no pupils," shouted the immortal master, "if you don't recognize me. I am the maternal nephew of the Jade Emperor, Erlang, the king of illustrious grace and spirit by imperial appointment. I have received my order from above to arrest you, the rebellious Bimawen ape. Don't you know that your time has come? I remember," said the great sage, "that the sister of the Jade Emperor some years ago became enamored of the region below. She married a man by the name of Yang and had a son by him. Are you that boy who was reputed to have cleaved open the Peach Mountain with his axe? I would like to rebuke you roundly, but I have no grudge against you. I can hit you with this rod of mine too, but I'd like to spare your life. A little boy like you, why don't you hurry back and ask your 4 great Devarajas to come out?" When the immortal master heard this, he grew very angry and shouted, "Reckless ape, don't you dare be so insolent. Take a sample of my blade." Swerving to dodge the blow, the great sage quickly raised his golden hooped rod to engage his opponent. What a fine fight there was between the two of them. Erlang, the god of illustrious kindness, and the great sage equal to heaven. This one, haughty and proud, defied the handsome Monkey King. That one, not knowing his man, would crush all stalwart foes. Suddenly these two met, and both desired a match. They had never known which was the better man. Today they'd learn who's strong and who's weak. The iron rod seemed a flying dragon, and the lance divine a dancing phoenix. Left and right they struck, attacking both front and back. The Plum Mountain, 6 brothers. Awesome presence filled one side, while the 4 generals, like Ma and Liu, took command on the other. All worked as one to wave flags and roll drums. All helped the fight by cheers while beating the gong. 2 sharp weapons sought a chance to hurt, but thrusts and parries did not slack one whit. The golden hooped rod, wonder of the sea, could change and fly to snare a victory. A little lag and your life is over. A tiny error and your luck runs out. The immortal master fought the great sage for more than 300 rounds, but the result still could not be determined. The immortal master, therefore, summoned all his magical powers. With a shake, he made his body 100,000 feet tall. Holding with both hands the divine lance of 3 points and 2 blades, like the peaks that cap the Hua Mountain, this green-faced, saber-toothed figure with scarlet hair aimed a violent blow at the head of the great sage. But the great sage also exerted his magical power and changed himself into a figure having the features and height of Erlang. He wielded a compliant golden hooped rod that resembled the heaven-supporting pillar on top of Mount Kunlun to oppose the god Erlang. This vision so terrified the marshals, Ma and Leu, that they could no longer wave the flags, and so appalled the generals, Beng and Ba, that they could use neither scimitar nor sword. On the side of Erlang, the brothers Kang, Zhang, Yao, Li, Guoshen, and Zhijian gave the order to the plant-headed deities to let loose the falcons and dogs, and to advance upon those monkeys in front of the water curtain cave with mounted arrows and drawn bows. The charge, alas, dispersed the 4 mighty commanders of monkey imps and captured 2,000 or 3,000 numinous fiends. Those monkeys dropped their spears and abandoned their armor, forsook their swords and threw away their lances. They scattered in all directions, running, screaming, scuttling up the mountain or scrambling back to the cave. It was as if a cat at night had stolen upon resting birds. They darted up as stars to fill the sky. The brothers thus gained a complete victory, of which we shall speak no further. Now we were telling you about the immortal master and the great sage, who had changed themselves into forms which imitated heaven and earth. As they were doing battle, the great sage suddenly perceived that the monkeys of his camp were put to rout, and his heart grew faint. He changed out of his magic form, turned around and fled, dragging his rod behind him. When the immortal master saw that he was running away, he chased him with great strides, saying, "Where are you going? Surrender now, and your life will be spared." The great sage did not stop to fight anymore, but ran as fast as he could. Near the cave's entrance, he ran right into Kang, Zhang, Yao, and Li, the 4 grand marshals, and Guoshen and Zhijian, the 2 generals, who were at the head of an army blocking his way. "Lawless ape!" they cried. "Where do you think you're going?" Quivering all over, the great sage squeezed his golden-hooped rod back into an embroidery needle and hid it in his ear. With a shake of his body, he changed himself into a small sparrow and flew to perch on top of a tree. In great agitation, the 6 brothers searched all around but could not find him. "We've lost the monkey monster! We've lost the monkey monster!" they all cried. As they were making all that clamour, the immortal master arrived and asked, "Brothers, where did you lose him in the chase?" "We just had him boxed in here," said the gods, but he simply vanished. Scanning the place with his phoenix eye wide open, Erlang at once discovered that the great sage had changed into a small sparrow perched on a tree. He changed out of his magic form and took off his pellet bow. With a shake of his body, he changed into a sparrow hawk with outstretched wings, ready to attack its prey. When the great sage saw this, he darted up with a flutter of his wings. Changing himself into a cormorant, he headed straight for the open sky. When Erlang saw this, he quickly shook his feathers and changed into a huge ocean crane, which could penetrate the clouds to strike with its bill. The great sage therefore lowered his direction, changed into a small fish, and dove into a stream with a splash. Erlang rushed to the edge of the water, but could see no trace of him. He thought to himself, "This simian must have gone into the water and changed himself into a fish, a shrimp, or the like. I'll change again to catch him." He duly changed into a fish hawk and skimmed downstream over the waves. After a while, the fish into which the great sage had changed was swimming along with the current. Suddenly, he saw a bird that looked like a green kite, though its feathers were not entirely green, like an egret, though it had small feathers, and like an old crane, though its feet were not red. That must be the transformed Erlang waiting for me, he thought to himself. He swiftly turned around and swam away after releasing a few bubbles. When Erlang saw this, he said, "The fish that released the bubbles looks like a carp, though its tail is not red, like a perch, though there are no patterns on its scales, like a snakefish, though there are no stars on its head, like a bream, though its gills have no bristles. Why does it move away the moment it sees me? It must be the transformed monkey himself. He swooped toward the fish and snapped at it with his beak. The great sage shot out of the water and changed at once into a water snake. He swam toward shore and wriggled into the grass along the bank. When Erlang saw that he had snapped in vain and that a snake had darted away in the water with a splash, he knew that the great sage had changed again. Turning around quickly, he changed into a scarlet-topped grey crane, which extended its beak like sharp iron pincers to devour the snake. With a bounce, the snake changed again into a spotted bustard, standing by itself rather stupidly amid the water pepper along the bank. When Erlang saw that the monkey had changed into such a vulgar creature, for the spotted bustard is the basest and most promiscuous of birds, mating indiscriminately with phoenixes, hawks, or crows, he refused to approach him. Changing back into his true form, he went and stretched his bow to the fullest. With one pellet, he sent the bird hurtling. The great sage took advantage of this opportunity nonetheless. Rolling down the mountain slope, he squatted there to change again, this time into a little temple for the local spirit. His wide-open mouth became the entrance, his teeth the doors, his tongue the bodhisattva, and his eyes the windows. Only his tail he found to be troublesome, so he stuck it up in the back and changed it into a flagpole. The immortal master chased him down the slope, but instead of the bustard he had hit, he found only a little temple. He opened his phoenix eye quickly and looked at it carefully. Seeing the flagpole behind it, he laughed and said, "It's the ape. Now he's trying to deceive me again. I have seen plenty of temples before, but never one with a flagpole behind it. This must be another of that animal's tricks. Why should I let him lure me inside where he can bite me once I've entered? First, I'll smash the windows with my fist. Then I'll kick down the doors." The great sage heard this and said in dismay, "How vicious! The doors are my teeth and the windows my eyes. What am I going to do with my eyes smashed and my teeth knocked out?" Leaping up like a tiger, he disappeared again into the air. The immortal master was looking all around for him when the 4 grand marshals and the 2 generals arrived together. "Elder brother," they said, "have you caught the great sage?" "A moment ago," said the immortal master, laughing, "the monkey changed into a temple to trick me. I was about to smash the windows and kick down the doors when he vanished out of sight with a leap. It's all very strange. Very strange." The brothers were astonished, but they could find no trace of him in any direction. "Brothers," said the immortal master, "keep a lookout down here. Let me go up there to find him." He swiftly mounted the clouds and rose up into the sky, where he saw Devaraja Li holding high the imp-reflecting mirror and standing on top of the clouds with Nata. "Devaraja," said the immortal master, "have you seen the Monkey King?" "He hasn't come up here," said the Devaraja. "I have been watching him in the mirror." After telling them about the duel in magic and transformations and the captivity of the rest of the monkeys, the immortal master said, "He finally changed into a temple. Just as I was about to attack him, he got away." When Devaraja Li heard these words, he turned the imp-reflecting mirror all the way around once more and looked into it. "Immortal master," he said, roaring with laughter, "go quickly, quickly. That monkey used his magic of body concealment to escape from the cordon, and he's now heading for the mouth of your river of libations. We now tell you about the great sage who had arrived at the mouth of the river of libations. With a shake of his body, he changed into the form of Holy Father Erlang. Lowering the direction of his cloud, he went straight into the temple. and the demon magistrates could not tell that he was not the real Erlang. Every one of them, in fact, kowtowed to receive him. He sat down in the middle and began to examine the various offerings, the 3 kinds of sacrificial meat brought by Li Hu, the votive offering of Jiang Long, the petition for a son by Zhao Jia, and the request for healing by Qian Bing. As he was looking at these, someone made the report, "Another Holy Father has arrived." The various demon magistrates went quickly to look and were terror-stricken, one and all. The immortal master asked, "Did a so-called great sage, equal to heaven, come here?" "We haven't seen any great sage," said the demon magistrates, "but another. Holy Father is in there examining the offerings." The immortal master crashed through the door. Seeing him, the great sage revealed his true form and said, "There's no need for the little boy to strive anymore. Sun is now the name of this temple." The immortal master lifted his divine lance of 3 points and 2 blades and struck, but the Monkey King with agile body was quick to move out of the way. He whipped out that embroidery needle of his and with one wave caused it to take on the thickness of a rice bowl. Rushing forward, he engaged Erlang face to face. Starting at the door of the temple, the 2 combatants fought all the way back to the Flower Fruit Mountain, treading on clouds and mists and shouting insults at each other. The 4 Devarajas and their followers were so startled by their appearance that they stood guard with even greater vigilance, while the Grand Marshals joined the Immortal Master to surround the handsome Monkey King. But we shall speak of them no more. We tell you instead about the Demon King, Mahabali, who, having requested the Immortal Master and his 6 brothers to lead their troops to subdue the monster, returned to the region above to make his report. Conversing with the Bodhisattva Guanyin, the Queen Mother, and the various divine officials in the Hall of Divine Mists, the Jade Emperor said, "If Erlang has already gone into battle, why has no further report come back today?" Folding her hands, Guanyin said, "Permit this humble cleric to invite your majesty and the Patriarch of Tao to go outside the South Heaven Gate, so that you may find out personally how things are faring." "That's a good suggestion," said the Jade Emperor. He at once sent for his imperial carriage and went with the Patriarch, Guanyin, the Queen Mother, and the various divine officials to the South Heaven Gate, where the cortege was met by celestial soldiers and guardians. They opened the gate and peered into the distance. There they saw cosmic nets on every side manned by celestial soldiers, Devaraja Li and Nata in midair, holding high the imperflecting mirror, and the Immortal Master and his brothers encircling the great sage in the middle and fighting fiercely. The Bodhisattva opened her mouth and addressed Laozi. "What do you think of Erlang, whom this humble cleric recommended? He is certainly powerful enough to have the great sage surrounded, if not yet captured. I shall now help him to achieve his victory and make certain that the enemy will be taken prisoner." "What weapon will the Bodhisattva use?" asked Laozi. "And how will you assist him?" "I shall throw down my immaculate vase that I use for holding my willow sprig," said the Bodhisattva. "When it hits that monkey, at least it will knock him over. Even if it doesn't kill him, Erlang, the little sage, will then be able to capture him." "That vase of yours," said Laozi, "is made of porcelain. It's all right if it hits him on the head, but if it crashed on the iron rod instead, won't it be shattered? You had better not raise your hands. Let me help him win." The Bodhisattva said, "Do you have any weapon?" "I do, indeed," said Laozi. He rolled up his sleeve and took down from his left arm an armlet, saying, "This is a weapon made of red steel, brought into existence during my preparation of elixir. and fully charged with theurgical forces. It can be made to transform at will, indestructible by fire or water. It can entrap many things. It's called the diamond cutter, or the diamond snare. The year when I crossed the Hangu Pass, I depended on it a great deal for the conversion of the barbarians, for it was practically my bodyguard night and day. Let me throw it down and hit him. After saying this, Laozi hurled the snare down from the heaven gate. It went tumbling down into the battlefield at the Flower Fruit Mountain and landed smack on the Monkey King's head. The Monkey King was engaged in a bitter struggle with the 7 sages and was completely unaware of this weapon, which had dropped from the sky and hit him on the crown of his head. No longer able to stand on his feet, he toppled over. He managed to scramble up again and was about to flee when the Holy Father Erlang's small hound dashed forward and bit him in the calf. He was pulled down for the 2nd time and lay on the ground cursing. "You brute! Why don't you go and do your master in, instead of coming to bite old monkey?" Rolling over quickly, he tried to get up, but the 7 sages all pounced on him and pinned him down. They bound him with ropes and punctured his breastbone with a knife, so that he could transform no further. Laozi retrieved his diamond snare and requested the Jade Emperor to return to the Hall of Divine Mists with Guanyin, the Queen Mother, and the rest of the immortals. Down below, the 4 great Deva kings and Devaraja Li all retired their troops, broke camp, and went forward to congratulate Erlang, saying, "This is indeed a magnificent accomplishment by the little sage. This has been the great blessing of the heavenly Devas," said the little sage, "and the proper exercise of their divine authority. What have I accomplished?" The brothers Kang, Zhang, Yao, and Li said, "Elder brother need have no further discussion. Let us take this fellow up to the Jade Emperor to see what will be done with him." "Worthy brothers," said the immortal master, "you may not have a personal audience with the Jade Emperor because you have not received any divine appointment. Let the celestial guardians take him into custody. I shall go with the Devaraja to the region above to make our report, while all of you make a thorough search of the mountain here. After you have cleaned it out, go back to the river of libations. When I have our deeds recorded and received our rewards, I shall return to celebrate with you." The 4 grand marshals and the 2 generals followed his bidding. The immortal master then mounted the clouds with the rest of the deities, and they began their triumphal journey back to heaven, singing songs of victory all the way. In a little while, they reached the outer court of the Hall of Perfect Light, and the heavenly preceptor went forward to memorialize to the throne, saying, "The 4 great Devarajas have captured the monstrous monkey, the great sage, equal to heaven. They await the command of your majesty." The Jade Emperor then gave the order that the Demon King Mahabali and the Celestial Guardians take the prisoner to the monster execution block, where he was to be cut to small pieces. Alas, this is what happens to fraud and impudence, now punished by the law. Heroics grand will fade in the briefest time. From the 8 trigrams, Brazier, the great sage, escapes. Beneath the 5 phases mountain, Mind Monkey is still. Fame and fortune, all predestined. One must ever shun a guileful heart. Rectitude and truth. The fruits of virtue grow both long and deep. A little presumption brings on heaven's wrath. Though yet unseen, it will surely come in time. Ask the Lord of the East for why such pains and perils now appear. Because pride has sought to scale the limits, ignoring hierarchy to flout the law. We were telling you about the great sage, equal to heaven, who was taken by the celestial guardians to the monster execution block, where he was bound to the monster subduing pillar. They then slashed him with a scimitar hewed him with an axe, stabbed him with a spear, and hacked him with a sword, but they could not hurt his body in any way. Next, the star spirit of the South Pole ordered the various deities of the fire department to burn him with fire, but that too had little effect. The gods of the thunder department were then ordered to strike him with thunderbolts, but not a single one of his hairs was destroyed. The demon king, Mahabali, and the others therefore went back to report to the throne, saying, "Your Majesty, we don't know where this great sage has acquired such power to protect his body. Your subjects slashed him with a scimitar and hewed him with an axe. We also struck him with thunder and burned him with fire. Not a single one of his hairs was destroyed. What shall we do?" When the Jade Emperor heard these words, he said, "What indeed can we do to a fellow like that, a creature of that sort?" Laozi then came forward and said, "That monkey ate the immortal peaches and drank the imperial wine. Moreover, he stole the divine elixir and ate 5 gourdfuls of it, both raw and cooked. All this was probably refined in his stomach by the samadhi fire to form a single solid mass. The union with his constitution gave him a diamond body, which cannot be quickly destroyed. It would be better, therefore, if this Taoist takes him away and places him in the brazier of 8 trigrams, where he will be smelted by high and low heat. When he is finally separated from my elixir, his body will certainly be reduced to ashes." When the Jade Emperor heard these words, he told the 6 gods of darkness and the 6 gods of light to release the prisoner and hand him over to Laozi, who left in obedience to the divine decree. Meanwhile, the illustrious sage Erlang was rewarded with 100 gold blossoms, 100 bottles of imperial wine, 100 pellets of elixir, together with rare treasures, lustrous pearls and brocades, which he was told to share with his brothers. After expressing his gratitude, the immortal master returned to the mouth of the river of libations, and for the time being, we shall speak of him no further. Arriving at the Tushita Palace, Laozi loosened the ropes on the great sage, pulled out the weapon from his breastbone, and pushed him into the brazier of 8 trigrams. He then ordered the Taoist, who watched over the brazier, and the page boy, in charge of the fire, to blow up a strong flame for the smelting process. The brazier, you see, was of 8 compartments, corresponding to the 8 trigrams of Qian, Kan, Zhen, Zhen, Xun, Li, Kun, and Dui. The great sage crawled into the space beneath the compartment that corresponded to the Zun trigram. Now Xun symbolizes wind. Where there is wind, there is no fire. However, wind could churn up smoke, which at that moment reddened his eyes, giving them a permanently inflamed condition. Hence they were sometimes called fiery eyes and diamond pupils. Truly, time passed swiftly, and the 49th day arrived imperceptibly. The alchemical process of Laozi was perfected, and on that day he came to open the brazier to take out his elixir. The great sage at the time was covering his eyes with both hands, rubbing his face and shedding tears. He heard noises on top of the brazier, and opening his eyes, suddenly saw light. Unable to restrain himself, he leapt out of the brazier and kicked it over with a loud crash. He began to walk straight out of the room, while a group of startled fire tenders and guardians tried desperately to grab hold of him. Every one of them was overthrown. He was as wild as a white brow tiger in a fit, a one-horned dragon with a fever. Laozi rushed up to clutch at him, only to be greeted by such a violent shove that he fell head over heels while the great sage escaped. Whipping the compliant rod out from his ear, he waved it once in the wind, and it had the thickness of a rice bowl. Holding it in his hands, without regard for good or ill, he once more careened through the heavenly palace, fighting so fiercely that the 9 luminaries all shut themselves in, and the 4 Devarajas disappeared from sight. Dear monkey monster, here is a testimonial poem for him. The poem says, this cosmic being, fully fused with nature's gifts, passes with ease through 10,000 toils and tests, vast and motionless like the one great void, perfect, quiescent, he's named the primal depth. Long refined in the brazier, he's no mercury or lead, just the very immortal, living above all things. Forever transforming, he changes still. 3 refugees and 5 commandments he all rejects. Here is another poem, a spirit beam filling the supreme void. That's how the rod behaves accordingly. It lengthens or shortens as one would wish. Upright or prone, it grows or shrinks at will. And another, an ape's body of Tao, weds the human mind. Mind is a monkey. This meaning is profound. The great sage, equal to heaven, is no false thought. How could the post of Banhorse justly show his gifts? Horse works with monkey means both mind and will need binding firmly. Don't seek them outside. All things back to nirvana follow one truth. To join Tathagata beneath twin trees. This time, our monkey king had no respect for persons great or small. He lashed out this way and that with his iron rod, and not a single deity could withstand him. He fought all the way into the Hall of Perfect Light, and was approaching the Hall of Divine Mists, where fortunately numinous officer Wang, aide to the immortal master of adjuvant holiness, was on duty. He saw the great sage advancing recklessly, and went forward to bar his way, holding high his golden whip. "Wanton monkey," he cried, "where are you going? I am here, so don't you dare be insolent." The great sage did not wait for further utterance. He raised his rod and struck at once, while numinous officer met him also with brandished whip. The two of them charged into each other in front of the Hall of Divine Mists. What a fight that was between a red-blooded patriot of ample fame and a heavens rebel with notorious name. The saint and sinner gladly tangle close, so that 2 brave fighters can test their skills. Though the rod is fierce and the whip is fleet, how can the upright and just one forbear? This one is a supreme god of judgment with thunderous voice. The other, the great sage, equal to heaven, a monstrous ape. The golden whip and the iron rod, used by the two, are both divine weapons from the house of God. At Divine Mist's treasure hall, they show their might today, each displaying his prowess winningly. This one brashly seeks to take the Big Dipper Palace. The other, with all his strength, defends the sacred realm. In bitter strife, relentless, they show their power, moving back and forth. Whip or rod has yet to score. The two of them fought for some time, and neither victory nor defeat could yet be determined. The immortal master of adjuvant holiness, however, had already sent word to the Thunder Department, and 36 thunder deities were summoned to the scene. They surrounded the great sage and plunged into a fierce battle. The great sage was not in the least intimidated. Wielding his compliant rod, he parried left and right, and met his attackers to the front and to the rear. In a moment, he saw that the scimitars, lances, swords, halberds, whips, maces, hammers, axes, gilt bludgeons, sickles, and spades of the thunder deities were coming thick and fast. So with one shake of his body, he changed into a creature with 6 arms and 3 heads. One wave of the compliant rod, and it turned into 3. His 6 arms wielded the 3 rods like a spinning wheel, whirling and dancing in their midst. The various thunder deities could not approach him at all. Truly, his form was. Tumbling round and round, bright and luminous. A form everlasting, how imitated by men. He cannot be burned by fire. Can he ever be drowned in water? A lustrous pearl of Mani he is indeed, immune to all the spears and the swords. He could be good, he could be bad, present good and evil. He could do at will. He'd be an immortal, a Buddha if he's good. Wickedness would cloak him with hair and horn. Endlessly changing, he runs amok in heaven, not to be seized by fighting lords or thunder gods. At the time, the various deities had the great sage surrounded, but they could not close in on him. All the hustle and bustle soon disturbed the Jade Emperor, who at once sent the wandering minister of inspection and the immortal master of blessed wings to go to the western region and invite the aged Buddha to come and subdue the monster. The two sages received the decree and went straight to the spirit mountain. After they had greeted the 4 Vajra Buddhas and the 8 Bodhisattvas in front of the treasure temple of Thunderclap, they asked them to announce their arrival. The deities therefore went before the treasure lotus platform and made their report. Tathagata at once invited them to appear before him, and the 2 sages made obeisance to the Buddha 3 times before standing in attendance beneath the platform. Tathagata asked, "What causes the Jade Emperor to trouble the 2 sages to come here?" The 2 sages explained as follows. Some time ago, there was born on the Flower Fruit Mountain a monkey who exercised his magic powers and gathered to himself a troop of monkeys to disturb the world. The Jade Emperor threw down a decree of pacification and appointed him a Bhimawin, but he despised the lowliness of that position and left in rebellion. Devaraja Li and Prince Nata were sent to capture him, but they were unsuccessful, and another proclamation of amnesty was given to him. He was then made the great sage, equal to heaven, a rank without compensation. After a while he was given the temporary job of looking after the Garden of Immortal Peaches, where almost immediately he stole the peaches. He also went to the Jasper Pool and made off with the food and wine, devastating the grand festival. Half drunk, he went secretly into the Tushita Palace, stole the elixir of Laozi, and then left the Celestial Palace in revolt. Again, the Jade Emperor sent 100,000 heavenly soldiers, but he was not to be subdued. Thereafter, Guanyin sent for the immortal master Erlang and his sworn brothers, who fought and pursued him. Even then, he knew many tricks of transformation, and only after he was hit by Laozi's diamond snare could Erlang finally capture him. Taken before the throne, he was condemned to be executed, but though slashed by a scimitar and hewn by an axe, burned by fire and struck by thunder, he was not hurt at all. After Laozi had received royal permission to take him away, he was refined by fire, and the brazier was not opened until the 49th day. Immediately, he jumped out of the brazier of 8 trigrams and beat back the celestial guardians. He penetrated into the Hall of Perfect Light and was approaching the Hall of Divine Mists when numinous officer Wan, aide to the immortal master of adjuvant holiness, met and fought with him bitterly. 36 thunder generals were ordered to encircle him completely, but they could never get near him. The situation is desperate, and for this reason, the Jade Emperor sent a special request for you to defend the throne. When Tathagata heard this, he said to the various bodhisattvas, "All of you remain steadfast here in the chief temple, and let no one relax his meditative posture. I have to go exorcise a demon and defend the throne." Tathagata then called Ananda and Kashyapa, his 2 venerable disciples, to follow him. They left the Thunderclap temple and arrived at the gate of the Hall of Divine Mists, where they were met by deafening shouts and yells. There the great sage was being beset by the 36 thunder deities. The Buddhist patriarch gave the Dharma order: "Let the thunder deities lower their arms and break up their encirclement. Ask the great sage to come out here, and let me ask him what sort of divine power he has." The various warriors retreated immediately, and the great sage also threw off his magical appearance. Changing back into his true form, he approached angrily and shouted with ill humor, "What region are you from, monk, that you dare stop the battle and question me?" Tathagata laughed and said, "I am Shakyamuni, the venerable one from the western region of ultimate bliss. I have heard just now about your audacity, your wildness, and your repeated acts of rebellion against heaven. Where were you born, and in which year did you succeed in acquiring the way? Why are you so violent and unruly?" The great sage said, "I was born of earth and heaven, immortal, divinely fused, an old monkey hailing from the flower fruit mount. I made my home in the water curtain cave. Seeking friend and teacher, I learned the great mystery. Perfected in the many arts of ageless life, I learned to change in ways boundless and vast. Too narrow the space I found on that mortal earth. I set my mind to live in the green jade sky. In divine mist's hall, none should long reside, for king may follow king in the reign of man. If might is honor, let them yield to me. He only is hero who dares to fight and win." When the Buddhist patriarch heard these words, he laughed aloud in scorn. "A fellow like you," he said, "is only a monkey who happened to become a spirit. How dare you be so presumptuous as to want to seize the honored throne of the exalted Jade Emperor?" He began practicing religion when he was very young, and he has gone through the bitter experience of 1,750 kalpas, with each kalpa lasting 129,600 years. Figure out yourself how many years it took him to rise to the enjoyment of his great and limitless position. You are merely a beast who has just attained human form in this incarnation. How dare you make such a boast? Blasphemy! This is sheer blasphemy, and it will surely shorten your allotted age. Repent while there, still time, and cease your idle talk. Be wary that you don't encounter such peril that you will be cut down in an instant, and all your original gifts will be wasted. Even if the Jade Emperor has practiced religion from childhood," said the great sage, "he should not be allowed to remain here forever. The proverb says, 'Many are the turns of kingship. By next year the turn will be mine. Tell him to move out at once and hand over the celestial palace to me. That'll be the end of the matter. If not, I shall continue to cause disturbances, and there'll never be peace.' Besides your immortality and your transformations," said the Buddhist patriarch, "what other powers do you have that you dare to usurp this hallowed region of heaven?" "I've plenty of them," said the great sage. "Indeed, I know 72 transformations, and a life that does not grow old through 10,000 kalpas. I know also how to cloud somersault, and one leap will take me 108,000 miles. Why can't I sit on the heavenly throne?" The Buddhist patriarch said, "Let me make a wager with you. If you have the ability to somersault clear of this right palm of mine, I shall consider you the winner. You need not raise your weapon in battle then, for I shall ask the Jade Emperor to go live with me in the west and let you have the celestial palace. If you cannot somersault out of my hand, you can go back to the region below and be a monster. Work through a few more kalpas before you return to cause more trouble." When the great sage heard this, he said to himself, snickering, "What a fool this Tathagata is. A single somersault of mine can carry old monkey 108,000 miles, yet his palm is not even 1 foot across. How could I possibly not jump clear of it?" He asked quickly, "You're certain that your decision will stand?" "Certainly it will," said Tathagata. He stretched out his right hand, which was about the size of a lotus leaf. Our great sage put away his compliant rod, and summoning his power, leapt up and stood right in the center of the patriarch's hand. He said simply, "I'm off." and he was gone, all but invisible, like a streak of light in the clouds. Training the eye of wisdom on him, the Buddhist patriarch saw that the Monkey King was hurtling along relentlessly like a whirligig. As the great sage advanced, he suddenly saw 5 flesh-pink pillars supporting a mass of green air. "This must be the end of the road," he said. "When I go back presently, Tathagata will be my witness, and I shall certainly take up residence in the Palace of Divine Mists." But he thought to himself, "Wait a moment. I'd better leave some kind of memento if I'm going to negotiate with Tathagata." He plucked a hair and blew a mouthful of magic breath onto it, crying, "Change!" It changed into a writing brush, with extra thick hair soaked in heavy ink. On the middle pillar, he then wrote in large letters the following line: "The great sage, equal to heaven, has made a tour of this place." When he had finished writing, he retrieved his hair, and with a total lack of respect, he left a bubbling pool of monkey urine at the base of the first pillar. He reversed his cloud somersault and went back to where he had started. Standing on Tathagata's palm, he said, "I left, and now I'm back. Tell the Jade Emperor to give me the Celestial Palace." "You pisshead ape," scolded Tathagata. "Since when did you ever leave the palm of my hand?" The great sage said, "You are just ignorant. I went to the edge of heaven, and I found 5 flesh-pink pillars supporting a mass of green air. I left a memento there. Do you dare go with me to have a look at the place?" "No need to go there," said Tathagata. "Just lower your head and take a look." When the great sage stared down with his fiery eyes and diamond pupils, he found written on the middle finger of the Buddhist patriarch's right hand the sentence, "The great sage, equal to heaven, has made a tour of this place." A pungent whiff of monkey urine came from the fork between the thumb and the first finger. Astonished, the great sage said, "Could this really happen? Could this really happen? I wrote those words on the pillars supporting the sky. How is it that they now appear on his finger? Could it be that he is exercising the magic power of foreknowledge without divination? I won't believe it. I won't believe it. Let me go there once more. Dear great sage." Quickly he crouched and was about to jump up again, when the Buddhist patriarch flipped his hand over and tossed the Monkey King out of the West Heaven Gate. The 5 fingers were transformed into the 5 phases of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They became, in fact, 5 connected mountains, named 5 Phases Mountain, which pinned him down with just enough pressure to keep him there. The thunder deities, Ananda and Kashyapa, all folded their hands and cried in acclamation, "Praise be to virtue! Praise be to virtue!" He learned to be human, born from an egg that year, and aimed to reap the authentic way's fruit. He lived in a fine place by Kalpas untouched. One day he changed, expending vim and strength. Craving high place, he flouted heaven's reign, mocked saints and stole pills, breaking great relations. Evil, full to the brim, now meets retribution. We know not when he may find release. After the Buddhist patriarch Tathagata had vanquished the monstrous monkey, he at once called Ananda and Kashyapa to return with him to the Western Paradise. At that moment, however, Tianpeng and Tianyu, 2 celestial messengers, came running out of the treasure hall of divine mists and said, "We beg Tathagata to wait a moment, please. Our Lord's grand carriage will arrive momentarily." When the Buddhist patriarch heard these words, he turned around and waited with reverence. In a moment, he did indeed see a chariot drawn by 8 colourful phoenixes and covered by a canopy adorned with 9 luminous jewels. The entire cortege was accompanied by the sound of wondrous songs and melodies. chanted by a vast celestial choir. Scattering precious blossoms and diffusing fragrant incense, it came up to the Buddha, and the Jade Emperor offered his thanks, saying, "We are truly indebted to your mighty Dharma for vanquishing that monster. We beseech Tathagata to remain for one brief day, so that we may invite the immortals to join us in giving you a banquet of thanks." Not daring to refuse, Tathagata folded his hands to thank the Jade Emperor, saying, "Your old monk came here at your command, most honorable Deva. Of what power may I boast, really? I owe my success entirely to the excellent fortune of your majesty and the various deities. How can I be worthy of your thanks?" The Jade Emperor then ordered the various deities from the Thunder Department to send invitations abroad to the 3 pure ones, the 4 ministers, the 5 elders, the 6 women officials, the 7 stars, the 8 poles, the 9 luminaries, and the 10 capitals. Together with 1,000 immortals and 10,000 sages, they were to come to the Thanksgiving banquet given for the Buddhist patriarch. The 4 great imperial preceptors and the divine maidens of 9 heavens were told to open wide the golden gates of the Jade Capital, the treasure palace of primal secret, and the 5 lodges of penetrating brightness. Tathagata was asked to be seated high on the numinous terrace of 7 treasures, and the rest of the deities were then seated according to rank and age before a banquet of dragon livers, phoenix marrow, juices of jade, and immortal peaches. In a little while, the jade pure celestial, worthy of commencement, the highest pure celestial worthy of numinous treasure, the great pure celestial worthy of moral virtue, the immortal masters of 5 influences, the star spirits of 5 constellations, the 3 ministers, the 4 sages, the 9 luminaries, the left and right assistants, the Devaraja and Prince Nata all marched in, leading a train of flags and canopies in pairs. They were all holding rare treasures and lustrous pearls, fruits of longevity and exotic flowers to be presented to the Buddha. As they bowed before him, they said, "We are most grateful for the unfathomable power of Tathagata, who has subdued the monstrous monkey. We are grateful, too, to the most honorable Deva, who is having this banquet and asked us to come here to offer our thanks. May we beseech Tathagata to give this banquet a name." Responding to the petition of the various deities, Tathagata said, "If a name is desired, let this be called the Great Banquet for Peace in Heaven." "What a magnificent name," the various immortals cried in unison. "Indeed, it shall be the Great Banquet for Peace in Heaven." When they finished speaking, they took their seats separately, and there was the pouring of wine and exchanging of cups, pinning of corsages and playing of zithers. It was indeed a magnificent banquet, for which we have a testimonial poem. The poem says that immortal peach feast, the ape disturbed, is topped by this banquet for peace in heaven. Dragon flags and phoenix carts glow in halos bright. Blazing signs and banners whirl in hallowed light. The tunes and songs divine are sweet and fair. Phoenix pipes and jade flutes both loudly play. Fragrant incense shrouds this assembly of saints. All the world is tranquil to praise the holy court. As all of them were feasting merrily, the Lady Queen Mother also led a host of divine maidens and immortal singing girls to come before the Buddha, dancing with nimble feet. They bowed to him, and she said, "Our festival of immortal peaches was ruined by that monstrous monkey. We are beholden to the mighty power of Tathagata for the enchainment of this mischievous ape. In the celebration during this great banquet for peace in heaven, we have little to offer as a token of our thanks. Please accept, however, these few immortal peaches plucked from the large trees by our own hands. They were truly half red, half green, and spouting aroma sweet, these luscious divine roots of 10,000 years. Pity those fruits planted at Wuling Spring. How could they match the marvels of heaven's home? Those tender ones of purple veins so rare in the world, and those peerlessly sweet of pale yellow pits. They lengthen age, prolong life, and change your frame. He who's lucky to eat them will ne'er be the same. After the Buddhist patriarch had pressed together his hands to thank the Queen Mother, she ordered the immortal singing girls and the divine maidens to sing and dance. All the immortals at the banquet applauded enthusiastically. Truly, there were whirls of heavenly incense filling the seats, and profuse array of divine petals and stems. Jade capital and golden arches in what great splendor. How priceless, too, the strange goods and rare treasures. Every pair had the same age as heaven. Every set increased through 10,000 kalpas. Mulberry fields or vast oceans, let them shift and change. He who lives here has neither grief nor fear. The Queen Mother commanded the immortal maidens to sing and dance, as wine cups and goblets clinked together steadily. After a little while, suddenly, a wondrous fragrance came to meet the nose, rousing stars and planets in that great hall. The gods and the Buddha put down their cups. Raising his head, each waited with his eyes. There in the air appeared an aged man, holding a most luxuriant long-life plant. His gourd had elixir, often 1,000 years. His book listed names 12 millennia old. Sky and earth in his cave knew no constraint. Sun and moon were perfected in his vase. He roamed the 4 seas in joy serene, and made the 10 islets his tranquil home, getting drunk often at the peaches feast. He woke, the moon shone brightly as of old. He had a long head, short frame, and large ears. His name, Star of Long Life from South Pole. After the Star of Long Life arrived and greeted the Jade Emperor, he also went up to thank Tathagata, saying, "When I first heard that the baneful monkey was being led by Laozi to the Tushita Palace to be refined by alchemical fire, I thought peace was surely secured. I never suspected that he could still escape, and it was fortunate that Tathagata, in his goodness, had subdued this monster. When I got word of the Thanksgiving banquet, I came at once. I have no other gifts to present to you but these purple agaric, jasper plant, jade green lotus root, and golden elixir. The poem says, jade green lotus and golden drug are given to Shakya. Like the sands of Ganges is the age of Tathagata. The brocade of the 3 wains is calm, eternal bliss. The 9-grade garland is a wholesome, endless life. The true master of the Madhyamika school dwells in the heaven of both form and emptiness. The great earth and cosmos all call him Lord. His 16-foot diamond frame is great in blessing and age. Tathagata accepted the thanks cheerfully, and the Star of Long Life went to his seat. Again, there was pouring of wine and exchanging of cups. The great immortal of naked feet also arrived. After prostrating himself before the Jade Emperor, he too went to thank the Buddhist patriarch, saying, "I am profoundly grateful for your Dharma, which subdued the baneful monkey. I have no other things to convey my respect but 2 magic pears and some lyre dates, which I now present to you." The poem says, "The naked feet, immortal, brought fragrant pears and dates to give to Amitabha, whose count of years is long. Firm as a hill is his lotus platform of 7 treasures. Brocade-like is his flower seat of 1,000 gold adorned. No false speech is this. His age equals heaven and earth. Nor is this a lie. His luck is great as the sea. Blessing and long life reach in him their fullest scope, dwelling in that western region of calm, eternal bliss. Tathagata again thanked him and asked Ananda and Kasyapa to put away the gifts one by one, before approaching the Jade Emperor to express his gratitude for the banquet. By now, everyone was somewhat tipsy. A spirit minister of inspection then arrived to make the report. The great sage is sticking out his head. No need to worry, said the Buddhist patriarch. He took from his sleeve a tag on which were written in gold letters the words Om Mani Padme Hum. Handing it over to Ananda, he told him to stick it on the top of the mountain. This Deva received the tag, took it out of the heaven gate, and stuck it tightly on a square piece of rock at the top of the mountain of 5 phases. The mountain immediately struck root and grew together at the seams, though there was enough space for breathing and for the prisoner's hands to crawl out and move around a bit. Ananda then returned to report. The tag is tightly attached. Tathagata then took leave of the Jade Emperor and the deities, and went with the 2 devas out of the heaven gate. Moved by compassion, he recited a divine spell and called together a local spirit and the fearless guards of 5 quarters to stand watch over the 5 phases mountain. They were told to feed the prisoner with iron pellets when he was hungry, and to give him melted copper to drink when he was thirsty. When the time of his chastisement was fulfilled, they were told, someone would be coming to deliver him. So it is that the brash, baneful monkey in revolt against heaven is brought to submission by Tathagata. He drinks melted copper to endure the season, and feeds on iron pellets to pass the time. Tried by this bitter misfortune sent from the sky, he's glad to be living, though in a piteous lot. If this hero is allowed to struggle anew, he'll serve Buddha in future and go to the west. Another poem says, prideful of his power, once the time was ripe, he tamed dragon and tiger, flaunting wily might. Stealing peaches and wine, he roamed heaven's house. He found trust and grace in the city of Jade. He's now bound for his evils full to the brim. By good stock unfailing his breath will rise again. If he's indeed to flee to Tathagata's hands, he must await from Tang Court the holy monk. We do not know in what month or year hereafter the days of his penance will be fulfilled. Let's listen to the explanation in the next chapter. Our Buddha makes scriptures to impart ultimate bliss. Guan Yin receives the decree to go up to Changanask at Meditation Pass. Why even countless queries would lead just to empty old age. Shine bricks to make mirrors, hoard snow for foodstuff. How many youths are thus deceived? A feather swallows the great ocean. A mustard seed holds the Sumeri. Golden Duta is gently smiling. The enlightened transcends the 10 stops and 3 ways. Sluggards must join the 4 beasts and 6 ways. Who can hear below the thoughtless cliff, beneath the shadowless tree? The cuckoo is one call for the dawn of spring. Roads at Kyoxi, perilous. Clouds on Vulture's peak, dense. Hear an old friend's voice turns mute. At a 10,000-foot waterfall, where a 5-petal lotus unfolds, incense wraps an old temple's drapes. In that hour, once you break through to the source, the Dragon King's 3 jewels you'll see. The tune of this lyric is named Su Wu at slow pace. We shall now tell you about our sovereign Buddha Tathagata, who took leave of the Jade Emperor and returned to the treasure monastery of Thunderclap. All the 3,000 Buddhas, the 500 Arhats, the 8 Diamond Kings, and the countless Bodhisattvas held temple pennants, embroidered canopies, rare treasures, and immortal flowers, forming an orderly array before the Spirit Mountain and beneath the 2 Shala trees to welcome him. Tathagata stopped his hallowed cloud and said to them, I have, with deepest prajna, looked through the 3 realms. all fundamental nature will end in extinction, like empty phenomena, existing as nothing. The wily ape at his extirpation, this none can comprehend. Name, birth, death, and origin of all forms appear thus. When he had finished speaking, he beamed forth the Shara light, which filled the air with 42 white rainbows, connected end to end from north to south. Seeing this, the crowd bowed down and worshipped. In a little while, Tathagata gathered together the holy clouds and blessed fog, ascended the lotus platform of the highest rank, and sat down solemnly. Those 3,000 Buddhas, 500 Arhats, 8 diamond kings, and 4 bodhisattvas folded their hands and drew near. After bowing down, they asked, "The one who caused disturbance in heaven and ruined the peach festival, who was he?" "That fellow," said Tathagata, "was a baneful monkey born in the flower fruit mountain. His wickedness was beyond all bounds and defied description. The divine warriors of the entire heaven could not bring him to submission. Though Erlang caught him and Laozi tried to refine him with fire, they could not hurt him at all. When I arrived, he was just making an exhibition of his might and prowess in the midst of the thunder deities. When I stopped the fighting and asked about his antecedents, he said that he had magic powers, knowing how to transform himself and how to cloud somersault, which would carry him 108,000 miles at a time. I made a wager with him to see whether he could leap clear of my hand. I then grabbed hold of him while my fingers changed into the mountain of 5 phases, which had him firmly pinned down. The Jade Emperor opened wide the golden doors of the Jade Palace, invited me to sit at the head table, and gave a banquet for peace in heaven to thank me. It was only a short while ago that I took leave of the throne to come back here." All were delighted by these words. After they had expressed their highest praise for the Buddha, they withdrew according to their ranks. They went back to their several duties and enjoyed the Buddhatathata. Truly, it is the scene of holy mist encompassing Tianzhu, rainbow light enclosing the honored one, who is called the first in the West, the king of the formlessness school. Often black apes are seen presenting fruits, tailed deer holding flowers in their mouths, blue phoenixes dancing, colorful birds singing, the spirit tortoise boasting of his age, and the divine crane picking agaric. They enjoy in peace the pure lands, Jetavana, the dragon palace, and worlds vast as Ganges sands. Every day the flowers bloom, every hour the fruits ripen. They work silence to reach perfection. They meditate to bear the right fruit. They do not die, nor are they born. No growth is there, nor any decrease. Mist and smoke, wraith-like, may come and go. No seasons intrude, nor are years recalled. The poem says, to go or come is casual and free. Of fear or sorrow there's not one degree. Fields of ultimate bliss are flat and wide. In this great world, no 4 seasons abide. As the Buddhist patriarch lived in the treasure monastery of the Thunderclap in the Spirit Mountain, he called together one day the various Buddhas, Arhats, guardians, bodhisattvas, diamond kings, and mendicant monks and nuns, and said to them, "We do not know how much time has passed here since I subdued the wily monkey and pacified heaven, but I suppose at least half a millennium has gone by in the worldly realm. As this is the 15th day of the first month of autumn, I have prepared a treasure bowl filled with 100 varieties of exotic flowers and 1,000 kinds of rare fruit. I would like to share them with all of you in celebration of the feast of the Ulambana bowl. How about it?" Every one of them folded his hands and paid obeisance to the Buddha 3 times to receive the festival. Tathagata then ordered Ananda to take the flowers and fruits from the treasure bowl, and Kasyapa was asked to distribute them. All were thankful, and they presented poems to express their gratitude. The poem of blessing says, "The star of blessing shines before Lokajesta, who enjoys blessing lasting and immense. His blessing as boundless virtue endures as earth. His blessing's source is gladly linked to heaven. His blessing's fields, far planted, prosper each year. His blessing's sea, huge and deep, is ever strong. His blessing fills the world, and all will be blessed. May his blessing increase, endless and complete." The poem of wealth says, "His wealth weighs a mountain where the phoenix sings. His wealth trails the seasons to wish him long life. He gains wealth in huge sums as his body health. He joys in wealth abundant as the world in peace. His wealth's reach equals heaven is ever safe. His wealth's name is sea-like, but even more pure. His wealth's grace, far-reaching, is sought by all. His wealth is boundless, enriching countless lands." The poem of long life says, "The star of long life gives gifts to Tathagata, from whom light of long life begins now to shine. The long life fruits fill the bowls with hues divine. The long life blooms, newly plucked, deck the lotus throne. The long life verse, how elegant and finely wrought. The long life songs are scored by gifted minds. The long life's length matches the sun and moons. Long life, like sea and mountain, is twice as long." After the bodhisattvas had presented their poems, they invited Tathagata to disclose the origin and elucidate the source. Tathagata gently opened his benevolent mouth to expound the great Dharma and to proclaim the truth. He lectured on the wondrous doctrines of the three vehicles, the 5 skandhas, and the Shurangama Sutra. As he did so, celestial dragons were seen circling above, and flowers descended like rain in abundance. It was truly thus. The Chan mind shines bright like 1,000 rivers. Moon, true nature's pure and great as an unclouded sky. When Tathagata had finished his lecture, he said to the congregation, "I have watched the 4 great continents, and the morality of their inhabitants varies from place to place. Those living on the east Purva Videha revere heaven and earth, and they are straightforward and peaceful. Those on the north Uttarakuru, though they love to destroy life, do so out of the necessity of making a livelihood. Moreover, they are rather dull of mind and lethargic in spirit, and they are not likely to do much harm. Those of our west Aparagadanya are neither covetous nor prone to kill. They control their humor and temper their spirit. There is, to be sure, no illuminate of the first order, but everyone is certain to attain longevity. Those who reside in the south, Jambudvapa, however, are prone to practice lechery and delight in evil doing, indulging in much slaughter and strife. Indeed, they are all caught in the treacherous field of tongue and mouth, in the wicked sea of slander and malice. However, I have 3 baskets of true scriptures which can persuade man to do good." Upon hearing these words, the various bodhisattvas folded their hands and bowed down. "What are the 3 baskets of authentic scriptures," they asked, "that Tathagata possesses?" Tathagata said, "I have 1 collection of Vinaya, which speaks of heaven, 1 collection of Shastras, which tells of the earth, and 1 collection of Sutras, which redeems the damned. Altogether, the 3 collections of scriptures contain 35 divisions, written in 15,144 scrolls. They are the scriptures for the cultivation of immortality. They are the gate to ultimate virtue. I myself would like to send these to the land of the East, but the creatures in that region are so stupid and so scornful of the truth that they ignore the weighty elements of our law and mock the true sect of yoga. Somehow we need a person with power to go to the land of the East and find a virtuous believer. He will be asked to experience the bitter travail of passing through 1,000 mountains and 10,000 waters to come here in quest of the authentic scriptures, so that they may be forever implanted in the East to enlighten the people. This will provide a source of blessings, great as a mountain and deep as the sea. Which one of you is willing to make such a trip? At that moment, the Bodhisattva Guanyin came near the lotus platform and paid obeisance 3 times to the Buddha, saying, "Though your disciple is untalented, she is willing to go to the land of the East to find a scripture pilgrim." Lifting their heads to look, the various Buddhas saw that the Bodhisattva had a mind perfected in the 4 virtues, a golden body filled with wisdom, fringes of dangling pearls and jade, scented bracelets set with lustrous treasures, dark hair piled smartly in a coiled dragon bun, and brocade sashes fluttering as phoenix quills. Her green jade buttons and white silk robe bathed in holy light, her velvet skirt and golden cords wrapped by hallowed air, with brows of new moon shape and eyes like 2 bright stars. Her jade-like face beams natural joy, and her ruddy lips seem a flash of red. Her immaculate vase overflows with nectar from year to year, holding sprigs of weeping willow green from age to age. She disperses the 8 woes. She redeems the multitude. She has great compassion. Thus she rules the Tai Mountain and lives at the South Sea. She saves the poor, searching for their voices, ever heedful and solicitous, ever wise and efficacious. Her orchid heart delights in green bamboos. Her chaste nature loves the wisteria. She is the merciful lord of the Potalaka Mountain, the living Guanyin from the cave of tidal sound. When Tathagata saw her, he was most delighted and said to her, "No other person is qualified to make this journey. It must be the Honorable Guanyin of mighty magic powers. She's the one to do it." "As your disciple departs for the East," said the Bodhisattva, "do you have any instructions?" "As you travel," said Tathagata, "you are to examine the way carefully. Do not journey high in the air, but remain at an altitude halfway between mist and cloud, so that you can see the mountains and waters and remember the exact distance. You will then be able to instruct closely the scripture pilgrim. Since he may still find the journey difficult, I shall also give you 5 talismans." Ordering Ananda and Kashyapa to bring out an embroidered cassock and a 9-ring priestly staff, he said to the Bodhisattva, "You may give this cassock and this staff to the scripture pilgrim. If he is firm in his intention to come here, he may put on the cassock, and it will protect him from falling back into the wheel of transmigration. When he holds the staff, it will keep him from meeting poison or harm." The Bodhisattva bowed low to receive the gifts. Tathagata then took out also 3 fillets and handed them to the Bodhisattva, saying, "These treasures are called the tightening fillets, and though they are all alike, their uses are not the same. I have a separate spell for each of them, the golden, the constrictive, and the prohibitive spell. If you encounter on the way any monster who possesses great magic powers, you must persuade him to learn to be good and to follow the scripture pilgrim as his disciple. If he is disobedient, this fillet may be put on his head, and it will strike root the moment it comes into contact with the flesh. Recite the particular spell which belongs to the fillet, and it will cause the head to swell and ache so painfully that he will think his brains are bursting. That will persuade him to come within our fold." After the Bodhisattva had bowed to the Buddha and taken her leave, she called disciple Huyan to follow her. This Huyan, you see, carried a huge iron rod that weighed 1,000 pounds. He followed the Bodhisattva closely and served her as a powerful bodyguard. The Bodhisattva made the embroidered cassock into a bundle and placed it on his back. She hid the golden fillets, took up the priestly staff, and went down the spirit mountain. Lo, this one journey will result in a Buddha son returning to keep his primal vow. The gold cicada elder will clasp the kandana. The Bodhisattva went to the bottom of the hill, where she was received at the door of the Jade Perfection Taoist Abbey by the great immortal of Golden Head. The Bodhisattva was presented with tea, but she did not dare linger long, saying, "I have received the Dharma decree of Tathagata to look for a scripture pilgrim in the land of the East." The great immortal said, "When do you expect the scripture pilgrim to arrive?" "I'm not sure," said the Bodhisattva. "Perhaps in 2 or 3 years' time he'll be able to get here." So she took leave of the great immortal and travelled at an altitude halfway between cloud and mist in order that she might remember the way and the distance. We have a testimonial poem for her that says, "A search through 10,000 miles. No need to say. To state who will be found is no easy thing. Has not seeking someone been just like this? What's been my whole life? Was that a mere chance? We preach the Tao. Our method turns foolish when saying meets no belief. We preach in vain. To find some percipient, I'd yield liver and gall. There's affinity, I think, lying straight ahead." As the mentor and her disciple journeyed, they suddenly came upon a large body of weak water, for this was the region of the flowing sand river. "My disciple," said the Bodhisattva, "this place is difficult to cross. The scripture pilgrim will be of temporal bones and mortal stock. How will he be able to get across?" "Teacher," said Huyan, "how wide do you suppose this river is?" The Bodhisattva stopped her cloud to take a look, and she saw that in the east it touches the sandy coast. In the west, it joins the barbaric states. In the south, it reaches even Wuyi. In the north, it comes near the Tartars. Its width is 800 miles, and its length must measure many thousand more. The water flows as if earth is heaving its frame. The current rises like a mountain rearing its back, outspread and immense, vast and interminable. The sound of its towering billows reaches distant ears. The raft of a god cannot come here, nor can a leaf of the lotus stay afloat. Lifeless grass in the twilight drifts along the crooked banks. Yellow clouds conceal the sun to darken the long dikes. Where can one find the traffic of merchants? Has there been ever a shelter for fishermen? On the flat sand, no wild geese descend. From distant shores comes the crying of apes. Only the red smartweed flowers know this scene, basking in the white duckweed's fragile scent. The Bodhisattva was looking over the river when suddenly a loud splash was heard, and from the midst of the waves leaped an ugly and ferocious monster. He appeared to have a green, though not too green, and black, though not too black, face of gloomy complexion, a long, though not too long, and short, though not too short, sinewy body with naked feet. His gleaming eyes shone like 2 lights beneath the stove. His mouth, forked at the corners, was like a butcher's bloody bowl, with teeth protruding like swords and knives, and red hair all dishevelled. He bellowed once, and it sounded like thunder, while his legs sprinted like whirling wind. Holding in his hands a priestly staff, that fiendish creature ran up the bank and tried to seize the Bodhisattva. He was opposed, however, by Huyan, who wielded his iron rod, crying, "Stop!" But the fiendish creature raised his staff to meet him, so the two of them engaged in a fierce battle beside the flowing sand river, which was truly terrifying. The iron rod of Moxa I displays its power to defend the law. The monster-taming staff of the creature labors to show its heroic might. Two silver pythons dance along the river's bank. A pair of godlike monks charge each other on the shore. This one plies his talents as the forceful lord of flowing sand. That one, to attain great merit, protects Guanyin by strength. This one churns up foam and stirs up waves. That one belches fog and spits out wind. The stirred up foams and waves darken heaven and earth. The spat out fog and wind make dim both sun and moon. The monster taming staff of this one is like a white tiger emerging from the mountain. The iron rod of that one is like a yellow dragon lying on the way. 1. In Hinduism and Jainism, moksha or moksha refers to the release from the cycle of rebirth. In Jainism, also the liberation of the soul from evil, and whose symbolism has moksha as situated at the crown of the head of the cosmic giant. When used by one, this weapon spreads open the grass and finds the snake. When let loose by the other, that weapon knocks down the kite and splits the pine. They fight until the darkness thickens, save for the glittering stars, and the fog looms up to obscure both sky and land. This one, long a dweller in the weak water, is uniquely fierce. That one, newly leaving the spirit mountain, seeks his first win. Back and forth along the river, the two of them fought for 20 or 30 rounds without either prevailing, when the fiendish creature stilled the other's iron rod and asked, "What region do you come from, monk, that you dare oppose me?" "I'm the second son of the pagoda-bearer Devaraja," said Moksha. Moksha, disciple Huiyan. "I am serving as the guardian of my mentor, who is looking for a scripture pilgrim in the land of the East. What kind of monster are you that you dare block our way?" "I remember," said the monster, suddenly recognizing his opponent, "that you used to follow the Guanyin of the South Sea and practice austerities there in the bamboo grove. How did you get to this place?" "Don't you realize," said Moksha, "that she is my mentor, the one over there on the shore?" When the monster heard these words, he apologized repeatedly. Putting away his staff, he allowed Moksha to grasp him by the collar and lead him away. He lowered his head and bowed low to Guanyin, saying, "Bodhisattva, please forgive me and let me submit my explanation. I am no monster. Rather, I am the curtain-raising general who waits upon the phoenix chariot of the Jade Emperor at the Divine Mist's Hall. Because I carelessly broke a crystal cup at one of the festivals of immortal peaches, the Jade Emperor gave me 800 lashes, banished me to the region below, and changed me into my present shape. Every 7th day, he sends a flying sword to stab my breast and side more than 100 times before it leaves me. Hence my present wretchedness. Moreover, the hunger and cold are unbearable, and I am driven every few days to come out of the waves and find a traveller for food. I certainly did not expect that my ignorance would today lead me to offend the great, merciful Bodhisattva. Because of your sin in heaven," said the Bodhisattva, "you were banished. Yet the taking of life in your present manner surely is adding sin to sin. By the decree of Buddha, I am on my way to the land of the East to find a scripture pilgrim. Why don't you come into my fold, take refuge in good works, and follow the scripture pilgrim as his disciple when he goes to the western heaven to ask Buddha for the scriptures? I'll order the flying sword to stop piercing you. At the time when you achieve merit, your sin will be expiated, and you will be restored to your former position. How do you feel about that?" "I'm willing," said the monster, "to seek refuge in right action." He said also, "Bodhisattva, I have devoured countless human beings at this place. There have even been a number of scripture pilgrims here, and I ate all of them. The heads of those I devoured I threw into the flowing sand. and they sank to the bottom. For such is the nature of this water, that not even goose down can float on it. But the skulls of the 9 pilgrims floated on the water and would not sink. Regarding them as something unusual, I chained them together with a rope and played with them at my leisure. If this becomes known, I fear that no other scripture pilgrim will want to come this way. Won't it jeopardize my future? Not come this way. How absurd, said the Bodhisattva. You may take the skulls and hang them round your neck. When the scripture pilgrim arrives, there will be a use for them. If that's the case, said the monster, I'm now willing to receive your instructions. The Bodhisattva then touched the top of his head and gave him the commandments. The sand was taken to be a sign, and he was given the surname Shah, and the religious name Wujing, and that was how he entered the Gate of Sand. After he had seen the Bodhisattva on her way, he washed his heart and purified himself. He never took life again, but waited attentively for the arrival of the scripture pilgrim. So the Bodhisattva parted with him and went with Moksha toward the land of the east. They traveled for a long time and came upon a high mountain which was covered by miasma so foul that they could not ascend it on foot. They were just about to mount the clouds and pass over it, when a sudden blast of violent wind brought into view another monster of most ferocious appearance. Look at his lips curled and twisted like dried lotus leaves, ears like rush leaf fans, and hard, gleaming eyes, gaping teeth as sharp as a fine steel fichel's arms, a long mouth wide open like a fire pot. A gold cap is fastened with bands by the cheek. Straps on his armor seem like scaleless snakes. He holds a rake, a dragon's outstretched claws. From his waist hangs a bow of half-moon shape. His awesome presence and his prideful mien defy the deities and daunt the gods. He rushed up toward the 2 travelers, and without regard for good or ill, lifted the rake and brought it down hard on the Bodhisattva. But he was met by disciple Huayan, who cried with a loud voice, "Reckless monster, desist from this insolence. Look out for my rod." "This monk," said the monster, "doesn't know any better. Look out for my rake." The 2 of them clashed together at the foot of the mountain to discover who was to be the victor. It was a magnificent battle. The monster is fierce. Huiyan is powerful. The iron rod jabs at the heart. The muckrake swipes at the face. Spraying mud and splattering dust darken heaven and earth. Flying sand and hurling rocks scare demons and gods. The 9-teeth rake, all burnished, loudly jingles with double rings. The single rod, black throughout, leaps and flies in both hands. This one is the prince of a Devaraja. That one is the spirit of a grand marshal. This one defends the faith at Potalaka. That one lives in a cave as a monster. Meeting this time, they rush to fight, not knowing who shall lose and who shall win. At the very height of their battle, Guanyin threw down some lotus flowers from midair, separating the rod from the rake. Alarmed by what he saw, the fiendish creature asked, "What region are you from, monk, that you dare to play this flower-in-the-eye trick on me?" "Cursed beast of fleshly eyes and mortal stock," said Moksha. "I am the disciple of the Bodhisattva from South Sea, and these are lotus flowers thrown down by my mentor. Don't you recognize them?" "The Bodhisattva from South Sea?" asked the fiend. "Is she Guanyin, who sweeps away the 3 calamities and rescues us from the 8 disasters?" "Who else," said Moksha, "if not she?" The fiend threw away his muckrake, lowered his head, and bowed, saying, "Venerable brother, where is the Bodhisattva? Please be so good as to introduce me to her." Moksha raised his head and pointed upward, saying, Isn't she up there? Bodhisattva! The fiend kowtowed toward her and cried with a loud voice, "Pardon my sin, pardon my sin." Guanyin lowered the direction of her cloud and came to ask him, "What region are you from, wild boar, who has become a spirit, or old sow, who has become a fiend, that you dare bar my way?" "I am neither a wild boar," said the fiend, "nor am I an old sow. I was originally the marshal of the heavenly reeds in the heavenly river. Because I got drunk and dallied with the goddess of the moon, the Jade Emperor had me beaten with a mallet 2,000 times and banished me to the world of dust. My true spirit was seeking the proper home for my next incarnation when I lost my way, passed through the womb of an old sow, and ended up with a shape like this. Having bitten the sow to death and killed the rest of the litter, I took over this mountain ranch and passed my days eating people. Little did I expect to run into the Bodhisattva. Save me, I implore you. Save me." "What is the name of this mountain?" asked the Bodhisattva. "It's called the Mountain of the Blessed Mound," said the fiendish creature, "and there is a cave in it by the name of Cloudy Paths. There was a second elder sister egg originally in the cave. She saw that I knew something of the martial art and therefore asked me to be the head of the family, following the so-called practice of standing backward in the door. After less than a year, she died, leaving me to enjoy the possession of her entire cave. I have spent many days and years at this place, but I know no means of supporting myself, and I pass the time eating people. I implore the Bodhisattva to pardon my sin." The Bodhisattva said, "There is an old saying, if you want to have a future, don't act heedless of the future. You have already transgressed in the region above, and yet you have not changed your violent ways, but indulge in the taking of life. Don't you know that both crimes will be punished?" The future, said the fiend. "If I listen to you, I might as well feed on the wind. The proverb says, you follow the law of the court, you'll be beaten to death. If you follow the law of Buddha, you'll be starved to death. Let me go, let me go. I would much prefer catching a few travelers and munching on the plump and juicy lady of the family. Why should I care about 2 crimes, 3 crimes, 1,000 crimes, or 10,000 crimes? There is a saying," said the Bodhisattva, "a man with good intent will win heaven's ascent. If you are willing to return to the fruits of truth, there will be means to sustain your body. There are 5 kinds of grain in this world, and they all can relieve hunger. Why do you need to pass the time by devouring humans?" When the fiend heard these words, he was like one who woke from a dream, and he said to the Bodhisattva, "I would very much like to follow the truth, but since I have offended heaven, even my prayers are of little avail. I have received the decree from Buddha to go to the land of the East to find a scripture pilgrim," said the Bodhisattva. "You can follow him as his disciple and make a trip to the Western heaven. Your merit will cancel out your sins, and you will surely be delivered from your calamities." I'm willing, promised the fiend with enthusiasm. The Bodhisattva then touched his head and gave him the instructions. Pointing to his body as a sign, she gave him the surname Zhu and the religious name Wuneng. From that moment on, he accepted the commandment to return to the real. He fasted and ate only a vegetable diet, abstaining from the 5 forbidden viands and the 3 undesirable foods, so as to wait single-mindedly for the scripture pilgrim. The Bodhisattva and Moksha took leave of Wuneng and proceeded again halfway between cloud and mist. As they were journeying, they saw in midair a young dragon calling for help. The Bodhisattva drew near and asked, "What dragon are you, and why are you suffering here?" The dragon said, "I am the son of Aoran, Dragon King of the Western Ocean. Because I inadvertently set fire to the palace and burned some of the pearls therein, my father the king memorialized to the court of heaven and charged me with grave disobedience. The Jade Emperor hung me in the sky and gave me 300 lashes, and I shall be executed in a few days. I beg the Bodhisattva to save me." When Guanyin heard these words, she rushed with Moxa up to the South Heaven Gate. She was received by Qiu and Zhang, the two celestial masters, who asked her, "Where are you going?" "This humble cleric needs to have an audience with the Jade Emperor," said the Bodhisattva. The two celestial masters promptly made the report, and the Jade Emperor left the hall to receive her. After presenting her greetings, the Bodhisattva said, "By the decree of Buddha, this humble cleric is journeying to the land of the East to find a scripture pilgrim. On the way, I met a mischievous dragon hanging in the sky. I have come specially to beg you to spare his life and grant him to me. He can be a good means of transportation for the scripture pilgrim." When the Jade Emperor heard these words, he at once gave the decree of pardon, ordering the heavenly sentinels to release the dragon to the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva thanked the Emperor, while the young dragon also kowtowed to the Bodhisattva to thank her for saving his life and pledged obedience to her command. The Bodhisattva then sent him to live in a deep mountain stream, with the instruction that when the scripture pilgrim should arrive, he was to change into a white horse and go to the western heaven. The young dragon obeyed the order and hid himself, and we shall speak no more of him for the moment. The Bodhisattva then led Moxa past the mountain, and they headed again toward the land of the east. They had not traveled long before they suddenly came upon 10,000 shafts of golden light and 1,000 layers of radiant vapor. "Teacher," said Moxa, "that luminous place must be the mountain of 5 phases. I can see the tag of Tathagata imprinted on it." "So, beneath this place," said the Bodhisattva, "is where the great sage, equal to heaven, who disturbed heaven and the festival of immortal peaches, is being imprisoned." "Yes, indeed," said Moxa. The mentor and her disciple ascended the mountain and looked at the tag, on which was inscribed the divine words, Om Mani Padme Hum. When the Bodhisattva saw this, she could not help sighing, and composed the following poem. "I rue the impish ape not heeding the law, who let loose wild heroics in bygone years. His mind puffed up, he wrecked the peach banquet and boldly stole into Tushita Palace. He found no worthy match in 10,000 troops. Through ninefold heaven he displayed his power. Imprisoned now by sovereign Tathagata, when will he be free to show once more his might?" As mentor and disciple were speaking, they disturbed the great sage, who shouted from the base of the mountain, "Who is up there on the mountain composing verses to expose my faults?" When the Bodhisattva heard those words, she came down the mountain to take a look. There beneath the rocky ledges were the local spirit, the mountain god, and the heavenly sentinels guarding the great sage. They all came and bowed to receive the Bodhisattva, leading her before the great sage. She looked and saw that he was pinned down in a kind of stone box. Though he could speak, he could not move his body. "You whose name is Sun," said the Bodhisattva, "do you recognize me?" The great sage opened wide his fiery eyes and diamond pupils and nodded. "How could I not recognize you?" he cried. "You are the mighty deliverer, the great compassionate Bodhisattva Guanyin from the Potalaka mountain of the South Sea. Thank you for coming to see me." At this place, every day is like a year, for not a single acquaintance has ever come to visit me. Where did you come from? I have received the decree from Buddha, said the Bodhisattva, to go to the land of the East to find a scripture pilgrim. Since I was passing through here, I rested my steps briefly to see you. Tathagata deceived me, said the great sage, and imprisoned me beneath this mountain. For over 500 years already, I have not been able to move. I implore the Bodhisattva to show a little mercy and rescue old monkey. Your sinful karma is very deep, said the Bodhisattva. If I rescue you, I fear that you will again perpetrate violence, and that will be bad indeed. Now I know the meaning of penitence, said the great sage, so I entreat the great compassion to show me the proper path, for I am willing to practice cultivation. Truly, it is that one wish born in the heart of man is known throughout heaven and earth. If vice or virtue lacks reward, unjust must be the universe. When the Bodhisattva heard those words from the prisoner, she was filled with pleasure and said to the great sage, "The scripture says, when a good word is spoken, an answer will come from beyond 1,000 miles. When an evil word is spoken, opposition will hail from beyond 1,000 miles. If you have such a purpose, wait until I reach the great Tang nation in the land of the East and find the scripture pilgrim. He will be told to come and rescue you, and you can follow him as a disciple. You shall keep the teachings and hold the rosary to enter our gate of Buddha, so that you may again cultivate the fruits of righteousness. Will you do that?" I'm willing, said the great sage repeatedly. "If you are indeed seeking the fruits of virtue," said the Bodhisattva, "let me give you a religious name." "I have one already," said the great sage, "and I'm called Sun Wukong." "There were 2 persons before you who came into our faith," said the delighted Bodhisattva, "and their names too are built on the word Wu. Your name will agree with theirs perfectly, and that is splendid indeed. I need not give you any more instruction, for I must be going." So our great sage, with manifest nature and enlightened mind, returned to the Buddhist faith, while our Bodhisattva, with attention and diligence, sought the divine monk. She left the place with Moxa and proceeded straight to the east. In a few days they reached Chang'an of the great Tang nation. Forsaking the mist and abandoning the cloud, mentor and disciple changed themselves into 2 wandering monks covered with scabby sores and went into the city. It was already dusk. As they walked through one of the main streets, they saw a temple of the local spirit. They both went straight in, alarming the spirit and the demon guards, who recognized the Bodhisattva. They kowtowed to receive her, and the local spirit then ran quickly to report to the city's guardian deity, the god of the soil, and the spirits of various temples of Chang'an. When they learned that it was the Bodhisattva, they all came to pay homage, saying, "Bodhisattva, please pardon us for being tardy in our reception." "None of you," said the Bodhisattva, "should let a word of this leak out. I came here by the special decree of Buddha to look for a scripture pilgrim. I would like to stay just for a few days in one of your temples, and I shall depart when the true monk is found." The various deities went back to their own places, but they sent the local spirit off to the residence of the city's guardian deity, so that the teacher and the disciple could remain incognito in the spirit's temple. Chen Guanggrui, going to his post, meets disaster. Monk River Float, avenging his parents, repays his roots. We now tell you about the city of Chang'an in the great nation's Shanxi province, which was the place that kings and emperors, from generation to generation, had made their capital. Since the periods of Zhou, Qin, and Han, 3 counties of flowers bloomed like brocade, and 8 rivers flowed encircling the city. It was truly a land of great scenic beauty. At this time, the Emperor Taizong of the Great Tang Dynasty was on the throne, and the name of his reign was Zhengguan. He had been ruling now for 13 years, and the cyclical name of the year was Jisi. The whole land was at peace. People came bearing tributes from 8 directions, and the inhabitants of the whole world called themselves his subjects. One day, Taizong ascended his throne and assembled his civil and military officials. After they had paid him homage, the Prime Minister Wei Zheng left the ranks and came forward to memorialize to the throne, saying, "Since the world now is at peace and tranquility reigns everywhere, we should follow the ancient custom and establish sites for civil examinations, so that we may invite worthy scholars to come here and select those talents who will best serve the work of administration and government. Our worthy subject has voiced a sound principle in his memorial," said Taizong. He therefore issued a summons to be proclaimed throughout the empire, in every prefecture, county, and town. Those who were learned in the Confucian classics, who could write with ease and lucidity, and who had passed the 3 sessions of examination, regardless of whether they were soldiers or peasants, would be invited to go to Chang'an to take the imperial examination. This summons reached the place Haizhu, where it was seen by a certain man named Chen Yi, with the courtesy name of Guangrui, who then went straight home to talk to his mother, whose maiden name was Zhang. "The court," he said, "has sent a yellow summons, declaring in these southern provinces that there will be examinations for the selection of the worthy and the talented. Your child wishes to try out at such an examination, for if I manage to acquire an appointment, or even half a post, I would become more of a credit to my parents, magnify our name, give my wife a title, benefit my son, and bring glory to this house of ours. Such is the aspiration of your son. I wish to tell my mother plainly before I leave." "My son," said she of the Zhang family, "an educated person learns when he is young, but leaves when he is grown. You should indeed follow this maxim. But as you go to the examination, you must be careful on the way, and when you have secured a post, come home quickly." So Guangrui gave instructions for his family page to pack his bags, took leave of his mother, and began his journey. When he reached Chang'an, the examination site had just been opened, and he went straight in. He took the preliminary tests, passed them, and went to the court examination, where in 3 sessions on administrative policy, he took first place, receiving the title Zhuang Yuan, the certificate of which was signed by the Tang Emperor's own hand. As was the custom, he was led through the streets on horseback for 3 days. The procession, at one point, passed by the house of the chief minister, Yin Kaishan, who had a daughter named Wenjiao, nicknamed Mantangjiao, a hall of loveliness. She was not yet married, and at this time she was just about to throw down an embroidered ball from high up on a festooned tower in order to select her spouse. It happened that Chen Guangrui was passing below the tower. When the young maiden saw Guangrui's outstanding appearance and knew that he was the recent Zhuang Yuan of the examinations, she was very pleased. She threw down the embroidered ball, which just happened to hit the black gauze hat of Guangrui. Immediately, lively music of pipes and flutes could be heard throughout the area, as scores of maids and serving girls ran down from the tower, took hold of the bridle of Guangrui's horse, and led him into the residence of the chief minister for the wedding. The chief minister and his wife at once came out of their chambers, called together the guests and the master of ceremonies, and gave the girl to Guangrui as his bride. Together they bowed to heaven and earth. Then husband and wife bowed to each other. before bowing to the father and mother-in-law. The chief minister then gave a big banquet, and everyone feasted merrily for a whole evening, after which the two of them walked hand in hand into the bridal chamber. At the 5th watch, early next morning, Taizong took his seat in the treasure hall of golden chimes, as civil and military officials attended the court. Taizong asked, "What appointment should the new Zhuangyuan receive?" The Prime Minister, Wei Zheng, said, "Your subject has discovered that within our territory there is a vacancy at Jiangzhou. I beg my lord to grant him this post." Taizong at once made him governor of Jiangzhou and ordered him to leave without delay. After thanking the emperor and leaving the court, Guangrui went back to the house of the chief minister to inform his wife. He took leave of his father and mother-in-law and proceeded with his wife to the new post at Jiangzhou. As they left Chang'an and went on their journey, the season was late spring. A soft wind blew to green the willows. A fine rain spotted to redden the flowers. As his home was on the way, Guangrui returned to his house, where husband and wife bowed together to his mother, Lady Jiang. "Congratulations, my son," said she of the Jiang family. "You even came back with a wife." "Your child," said Guangrui, "relied on the power of your blessing and was able to attain the undeserved honor of Zhuangyuan. By imperial command, I was making a tour of the streets when, as I passed by the mansion of Chief Minister Yin, I was hit by an embroidered ball. The Chief Minister kindly gave his daughter to your child to be his wife, and His Majesty appointed him governor of Jiangzhou. I have returned to take you with me to the post." She of the Jiang family was delighted and packed at once for the journey. They had been on the road for a few days when they came to stay at the Inn of 10,000 Flowers, kept by a certain Liu Xiaoer. She of the Jiang family suddenly became ill and said to Guangrui, "I don't feel well at all. Let's rest here for a day or two before we journey again." Guangrui obeyed. Next morning, there was a man outside the inn holding a golden carp for sale, which Guangrui bought for a string of coins. He was about to have it cooked for his mother when he saw that the carp was blinking its eyes vigorously. In astonishment, Guangrui said, "I have heard that when a fish or a snake blinks its eyes in this manner, that's the sure sign that it's not an ordinary creature." He therefore asked the fisherman, "Where did you catch this fish?" "I caught it," said the fisherman, "from the river Hong, some 15 miles from this district." Accordingly, Guangrui sent the live fish back to the river and returned to the inn to tell his mother about it. "It is a good deed to release living creatures from captivity," said she of the Jiang family. "I am very pleased." "We have stayed in this inn now for 3 days," said Guangrui. "The imperial command is an urgent one. Your child intends to leave tomorrow, but he would like to know whether mother has fully recovered." She of the Jiang family said, "I'm still not well, and the heat on the journey at this time of year, I fear, will only add to my illness. Why don't you rent a house for me to stay here temporarily and leave me an allowance? The two of you can proceed to your new post. By autumn, when it's cool, you can come fetch me." Guangrui discussed the matter with his wife. They duly rented a house for her and left some cash with her, after which they took leave and left. They felt the fatigue of traveling, journeying by day and resting by night, and they soon came to the crossing of the Hong River, where 2 boatmen, Liu Hong and Li Biao, took them into their boat. It happened that Guangrui was destined in his previous incarnation to meet this calamity, and so he had to come upon these fated enemies of his. After ordering the houseboy to put the luggage on the boat, Guangrui and his wife were just about to embark, when Liu Hong noticed the beauty of Lady Yin, who had a face like a full moon, eyes like autumnal water, a small, cherry-like mouth and a tiny, willow-like waist. Her features were striking enough to sink fishes and drop wild geese, and her complexion would cause the moon to hide and put the flowers to shame. Stirred at once to cruelty, he plotted with Li Biao. Together they punted the boat to an isolated area and waited until the middle of the night. They killed the houseboy first, and then they beat Guangrui to death, pushing both bodies into the water. When the lady saw that they had killed her husband, she made a dive for the water, but Liu Hong threw his arms around her and caught her. "If you consent to my demand," he said, "everything will be all right. If you do not, this knife will cut you in two." Unable to think of any better plan, the lady had to give her consent for the time being and yielded herself to Liu Hong. The thief took the boat to the south bank, where he turned the boat over to the care of Li Biao. He himself put on Guangrui's cap and robe, took his credentials, and proceeded with the lady to the post at Jiangzhou. We should now tell you that the body of the houseboy killed by Liu Hong drifted away with the current. The body of Chen Guangrui, however, sank to the bottom of the water and stayed there. A yaks on patrol at the mouth of the Hong River saw it and rushed into the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King was just holding court when the yaks entered to report, saying, "A scholar has been beaten to death at the mouth of the Hong River by some unknown person, and his body is now lying at the bottom of the water." The Dragon King had the corpse brought in and laid before him. He took a careful look at it and said, "But this man was my benefactor. How could he have been murdered? As the common saying goes, kindness should be paid by kindness. I must save his life today so that I may repay the kindness of yesterday." He at once issued an official dispatch, sending a yaks to deliver it to the municipal deity and local spirit of Hongzhou, and asked for the soul of the scholar so that his life might be saved. The municipal deity and the local spirit, in turn, ordered the little demons to hand over the soul of Chen Guangrui to the yaks, who led the soul back to the Water Crystal Palace for an audience with the Dragon King. "Scholar," asked the Dragon King, "what is your name? Where did you come from? Why did you come here? And for what reason were you beaten to death?" Guangrui saluted him and said, "This lowly student is named Chen E, and my courtesy name is Guangrui. I am from the Hongnong district of Haizhu. As the unworthy Zhuang Yuan of the recent session of examination, I was appointed by the court to be governor of Jiangzhou, and I was going to my post with my wife. When I took a boat at the river, I did not expect the boatman, Liu Hong, to covet my wife and plot against me. He beat me to death and tossed out my body. I begged the great king to save me." Hearing these words, the Dragon King said, "So, that's it. Good sir, the golden carp that you released earlier was myself. You are my benefactor. You may be in dire difficulty at the moment, but is there any reason why I should not come to your assistance?" He therefore laid the body of Guangrui to one side and put a preservative pearl in his mouth so that his body would not deteriorate but be reunited with his soul to avenge himself in the future. He also said, "Your true soul may remain temporarily in my water bureau as an officer." Guangrui kowtowed to thank him, and the Dragon King prepared a banquet to entertain him. But we shall say no more about that. We now tell you that Lady Yin hated the bandit Liu so bitterly that she wished she could devour his flesh and sleep on his skin. But because she was with child and did not know whether it would be a boy or a girl, she had no alternative but to yield reluctantly to her captor. In a little while they arrived at Jiangzhou. The clerks and the lictors all came to meet them, and all the subordinate officials gave a banquet for them at the governor's mansion. Liu Hong said, Having come here, a student like me is utterly dependent on the support and assistance of you gentlemen. Your Honor, replied the officials, is first in the examinations and a major talent. You will, of course, regard your people as your children. Your public declarations will be as simple as your settlement of litigation is fair. We subordinates are all dependent on your leadership, so why should you be unduly modest? When the official banquet ended, the people all left. Time passed by swiftly. One day, Liu Hong went far away on official business, while Lady Yin at the mansion was thinking of her mother-in-law and her husband and sighing in the garden pavilion. Suddenly she was seized by tremendous fatigue and sharp pains in her belly. Falling unconscious to the ground, she gave birth to a son. Presently, she heard someone whispering in her ear, "Mantang Jiao, listen carefully to what I have to say. I am the star spirit of South Pole, who sends you this son by the express command of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. One day, his name will be known far and wide, for he is not to be compared with an ordinary mortal. But when the bandit Liu returns, he will surely try to harm the child, and you must take care to protect him. Your husband has been rescued by the Dragon King. In the future, both of you will meet again, even as son and mother will be reunited. A day will come when wrongs will be redressed and crimes punished. Remember my words. Wake up! Wake up!" The voice ceased and departed. The lady woke up and remembered every word. She clasped her son tightly to her, but could devise no plan to protect him. Liu Hong then returned and wanted to have the child killed by drowning the moment he saw him. The lady said, "Today, it's late already. Allow him to live till tomorrow, and then have him thrown into the river." It was fortunate that Liu Hong was called away by urgent business the next morning. The lady thought to herself, "If this child is here when that bandit returns, his life is finished. I might as well abandon him now to the river and let life or death take its own course. Perhaps heaven, taking pity on him, will send someone to his rescue and to have him cared for. Then we may have a chance to meet again." She was afraid, however, that future recognition would be difficult, so she bit her finger and wrote a letter with her blood, stating in detail the names of the parents, the family history, and the reason for the child's abandonment. She also bit off a little toe from the child's left foot to establish a mark of his identity. Taking one of her own inner garments, she wrapped the child and took him out of the mansion when no one was watching. Fortunately, the mansion was not far from the river. Reaching the bank, the lady burst into tears and wailed long and loud. She was about to toss the child into the river when she caught sight of a plank floating by the riverbank. At once she prayed to heaven, after which she placed the child on the plank and tied him securely to it with some rope. She fastened the letter, written in blood, to his chest, pushed the plank out into the water, and let it drift away. With tears in her eyes, the lady went back to the mansion. But we shall say no more of that. Now we shall tell you about the boy on the plank, which floated with the current until it came to a standstill just beneath the Temple of Gold Mountain. The abbot of this temple was called Monk Faming. In the cultivation of perfection and comprehension of truth, he had attained already the wondrous secret of birthlessness. He was sitting in meditation when all at once he heard an infant crying. Moved by this, he went quickly down to the river to have a look and discovered the baby lying there on a plank at the edge of the water. The abbot quickly lifted him out of the water. When he read the letter in blood fastened to his chest, he learned of the child's origin. He then gave him the baby name River Float and arranged for someone to nurse and care for him. while he himself kept the letter written in blood safely hidden. Time passed by like an arrow, and the seasons like a weaver's shuttle. River Float soon reached his 18th year. The abbot had his hair shaved and asked him to join in the practice of austerities, giving him the religious name Xuanzang. Having had his head touched and having received the commandments, Xuanzang pursued the way with great determination. One day in late spring, the various monks gathered in the shade of pine trees were discussing the canons of Chan and debating the fine points of the mysteries. One feckless monk, who happened to have been completely outwitted by Xuanzang's questions, shouted angrily, "You damnable beast! You don't even know your own name, and you are ignorant of your own parents. Why are you still hanging around here playing tricks on people?" When Xuanzang heard such language of rebuke, he went into the temple and knelt before the master, saying with tears flowing from his eyes, "Though a human being born into this world receives his natural endowments from the forces of yin and yang and from the 5 phases, he is always nurtured by his parents. How can there be a person in this world who has no father or mother?" Repeatedly and piteously, he begged for the names of his parents. The abbot said, "If you truly wish to seek your parents, you may follow me to my cell." Xuanzang duly followed him to his cell, where, from the top of a heavy crossbeam, the abbot took down a small box. Opening the box, he took out a letter written in blood and an inner garment and gave them to Xuanzang. Only after he had unfolded the letter and read it did Xuanzang learn the names of his parents and understand in detail the wrongs that had been done them. When Xuanzang finished reading, he fell weeping to the floor, saying, "How can anyone be worthy to bear the name of man if he cannot avenge the wrongs done to his parents? For 18 years I have been ignorant of my true parents, and only this day have I learned that I have a mother. And yet, would I have even reached this day if my master had not saved me and cared for me? Permit your disciple to go seek my mother. Thereafter, I will rebuild this temple with an incense bowl on my head and repay the profound kindness of my teacher." "If you desire to seek your mother," said the master, "you may take this letter in blood and the inner garment with you. Go as a mendicant monk to the private quarters at the governor's mansion of Jiangzhou. You will then be able to meet your mother." Xuanzang followed the words of his master and went to Jiangzhou as a mendicant monk. It happened that Liu Hong was out on business, for heaven had planned that mother and child should meet. Xuanzang went straight to the door of the private quarters of the governor's mansion to beg for alms. Lady Yin, you see, had had a dream the night before in which she saw a waning moon become full again. She thought to herself, "I have no news from my mother-in-law. My husband was murdered by this bandit. My son was thrown into the river. If by chance someone rescued him and had him cared for, he must be 18 by now. Perhaps heaven wished us to be reunited today. Who can tell?" As she was pondering the matter in her heart, she suddenly heard someone reciting the scriptures outside her residence and crying repeatedly, "Alms, alms." At a convenient moment, the lady slipped out and asked him, "Where did you come from?" "Your poor monk," said Xuanzang, "is the disciple of Faming, abbot of the Temple of Gold Mountain." "So you are the disciple of the abbot of that temple?" she asked, and invited him into the mansion and served him some vegetables and rice. Watching him closely, she noticed that in speech and manner he bore a remarkable resemblance to her husband. The lady sent her maid away and then asked, "Young master, did you leave your family as a child or when you grew up? What are your given name and your surname? Do you have any parents?" "I did not leave my family when I was young," replied Xuanzang. nor did I do so when I grew up. To tell you the truth, I have a wrong to avenge great as the sky, an enmity deep as the sea. My father was a murder victim, and my mother was taken by force. My master, the abbot Faming, told me to seek my mother in the governor's mansion of Jiangzhou. "What is your mother's surname?" asked the lady. "My mother's surname is Yin," said Xuanzang, "and her given name is Wenjiao. My father's surname is Chen, and his given name is Guangrui. My nickname is River Float, but my religious name is Xuanzang." "I am Wenjiao," said the lady, "but what proof have you of your identity?" When Xuanzang heard that she was his mother, he fell to his knees and wept most grievously. "If my own mother doesn't believe me," he said, "you may see the proof in this letter written in blood and this inner garment." Wenjiao took them in her hands, and one look told her that they were the real things. Mother and child embraced each other and wept. Lady Yin then cried, "My son, leave at once." "For 18 years, I have not known my true parents," said Xuanzang, "and I've seen my mother for the first time only this morning. How could your son bear so swift a separation?" "My son," said the lady, "leave at once, as if you were on fire. If that bandit Liu returns, he will surely take your life. I shall pretend to be ill tomorrow and say that I must go to your temple and fulfill a vow I made in a previous year to donate 100 pairs of monk shoes. At that time, I shall have more to say to you." Xuanzang followed her bidding and bowed to take leave of her. We were speaking of Lady Yin, who, having seen her son, was filled with both anxiety and joy. The next day, under the pretext of being sick, she lay on her bed and would take neither tea nor rice. Liu Hong returned to the mansion and questioned her. "When I was young," said Lady Yin, "I vowed to donate 100 pairs of monk shoes. 5 days ago, I dreamed that a monk demanded those shoes of me, holding a knife in his hand. From then on, I did not feel well." "Such a small matter," said Liu Hong. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" He at once went up to the governor's hall and gave the order to his stewards, Wang and Li, that 100 families of the city were each to bring in a pair of monk shoes within 5 days. The families obeyed and completed their presentations. "Now that we have the shoes," said Lady Yin to Liu Hong, "what kind of temple do we have nearby that I can go to fulfill my vow?" Liu Hong said, "There is a temple of Gold Mountain here in Jiangzhou, as well as a temple of Burned Mountain. You may go to whichever one you choose." "I have long heard," said the lady, "that the temple of Gold Mountain is a very good one. I shall go there." Liu Hong at once gave the order to his stewards, Wang and Li, to prepare a boat. Lady Yin took a trusted companion with her and boarded the boat. The boatman poled it away from the shore and headed for the Temple of Gold Mountain. We now tell you about Xuanzang, who returned to the temple and told the abbot Faiming what had happened. The next day, a young housemaid arrived to announce that her mistress was coming to the temple to fulfill a vow she had made. All the monks came out of the temple to receive her. The lady went straight inside to worship the Bodhisattva and to give a great vegetarian banquet. She ordered the housemaid to put the monk shoes and stockings in trays and have them brought into the main ceremonial hall. After the lady had again worshipped with extreme devoutness, she asked the abbot Faiming to distribute the gifts to the various monks before they dispersed. When Xuanzang saw that all the monks had left and that there was no one else in the hall, he drew near and knelt down. The lady asked him to remove his shoes and stockings, and she saw that there was, indeed, a small toe missing from his left foot. Once again, the two of them embraced and wept. They also thanked the abbot for his kindness in fostering the youth. Faming said, "I fear that the present meeting of mother and child may become known to that wily bandit. You must leave speedily so that you may avoid any harm." "My son," the lady said, "let me give you an incense ring. Go to Hongzhou, about 1,500 miles northwest of here, where you will find the 10,000 Flowers Inn. Earlier, we left an aged woman there whose maiden name is Zhang, and who is the true mother of your father. I have also written a letter for you to take to the capital of the Tang Emperor. To the left of the Golden Palace is the house of Chief Minister Yin, who is the true father of your mother. Give my letter to your maternal grandfather and ask him to request the Tang Emperor to dispatch men and horses to have this bandit arrested and executed, so that your father may be avenged. Only then will you be able to rescue your old mother. I dare not linger now, for I fear that Knave may be offended by my returning late." She went out of the temple, boarded the boat, and left. Xuanzang returned weeping to the temple. He told his master everything and bowed to take leave of him immediately. Going straight to Hongzhou, he came to the 10,000 Flowers Inn and addressed the innkeeper, Liu Xiaoer, saying, "In a previous year, there was an honored guest here by the name of Chen, whose mother remained at your inn. How is she now?" "Originally," said Liu Xiaoer, "she stayed in my inn. Afterwards, she went blind, and for 3 or 4 years did not pay me any rent. She now lives in a dilapidated potter's kiln near the southern gate, and every day she goes begging on the streets. Once that honored guest had left, he was gone for a long time, and even now there is no news of him whatever. I can't understand it." When Xuanzang heard this, he went at once to the dilapidated potter's kiln at the southern gate and found his grandmother. The grandmother said, "Your voice sounds very much like that of my son, Chen Guangrui." "I'm not Chen Guangrui," said Xuanzang, "but only his son. Lady Wenjiao is my mother." "Why didn't your father and mother come back?" asked the grandmother. "My father was beaten to death by bandits," said Xuanzang, "and one of them forced my mother to be his wife." "How did you know where to find me?" asked the grandmother. "It was my mother," answered Xuanzang, "who told me to seek my grandmother. There's a letter from mother here, and there's also an incense ring." The grandmother took the letter and the incense ring and wept without restraint. "For merit and reputation," she said, "my son came to this. I thought that he had turned his back on righteousness and had forgotten parental kindness. How should I know that he was murdered? Fortunately, heaven remembered me, at least in pity, and this day a grandson has come to seek me out." "Grandmother," asked Xuanzang, "how did you go blind?" "Because I thought so often about your father," said the grandmother. "I waited for him daily, but he did not return. I wept until I was blind in both eyes." Xuanzang knelt down and prayed to heaven, saying, "Have regard of Xuanzang, who at the age of 18 has not yet avenged the wrong done to his parents. By the command of my mother, I came this day to find my grandmother. If heaven would take pity on my sincerity, grant that the eyes of my grandmother regain their sight." When he finished his petition, he licked the eyes of his grandmother with the tip of his tongue. In a moment, both eyes were licked open, and they were as of old. When the grandmother saw the youthful monk, she said, "You're indeed my grandson. Why, you are just like my son Guangrui." She felt both happy and sad. Xuanzang led his grandmother out of the kiln and went back to Liu Xiaoer's inn, where he rented a room for her to stay. He also gave her some money, saying, In a little more than a month's time, I'll be back." Taking leave of his grandmother, he went straight to the capital and found his way to the house of the chief minister Yin on the eastern street of the imperial city. He said to the porter, "This little monk is a kinsman who has come to visit the chief minister." The porter made the report to the chief minister, who replied, "I'm not related to any monk." But his wife said, "I dreamed last night that my daughter Mantang Jiao came home. Could it be that our son-in-law has sent us a letter?" The chief minister, therefore, had the little monk shown to the living room. When he saw the chief minister and his wife, he fell weeping to the floor. Taking a letter from within the folds of his robe, he handed it over to the chief minister. The chief minister opened it, read it from beginning to end, and wept without restraint. "Your Excellency, what is the matter?" asked his wife. "This monk," said the chief minister, "is our grandson. Our son-in-law, Chen Guangrui, was murdered by bandits, and Mantang Jiao was made the wife of the murderer by force." When the wife heard this, she too wept inconsolably. "Let Our Lady restrain her grief," said the chief minister. "Tomorrow morning I shall present a memorial to our Lord. I shall lead the troops myself to avenge our son-in-law." The next day, the chief minister went into court to present his memorial to the Tang Emperor, which read, "The son-in-law of your subject, the Zhuangyuan Chen Guangrui, was proceeding to his post at Jiangzhou with members of his family. He was beaten to death by the boatman Liu Hong, who then took our daughter by force to be his wife. He pretended to be the son-in-law of your subject and usurped his post for many years. This is indeed a shocking and tragic incident. I beg your majesty to dispatch horses and men at once to exterminate the bandits." The Tang Emperor saw the memorial and became exceedingly angry. He immediately called up 60,000 imperial soldiers and ordered the chief minister Yin to lead them forth. The chief minister took the decree and left the court to make the roll call for the troops at the barracks. They proceeded immediately toward Jiangzhou, journeying by day and resting by night, and they soon reached the place. Horses and men pitched camps on the north shore, and that very night the chief minister summoned with golden tablets the sub-prefect and county judge of Jiangzhou to his camp. He explained to the two of them the reason for the expedition and asked for their military assistance. They then crossed the river, and before the sky was light, had the mansion of Liu Hong completely surrounded. Liu Hong was still in his dreams when at the shot of a single cannon and the unisonous roll of drums, the soldiers broke into the private quarters of the mansion. Liu Hong was seized before he could offer any resistance. The chief minister had him and the rest of the prisoners bound and taken to the field of execution, while the rest of the soldiers pitched camp outside the city. Taking a seat in the great hall of the mansion, the chief minister invited the lady to come out to meet him. She was about to do so, but was overcome by shame at seeing her father again, and wanted to hang herself right there. Xuanzang learned of this and rushed inside to save his mother. Falling to his knees, he said to her, "Your son and his grandfather led the troops here to avenge father. The bandit has already been captured. Why does mother want to die now? If mother were dead, how could your son possibly remain alive?" The chief minister also went inside to offer his consolation. "I have heard," said the lady, "that a woman follows her spouse to the grave. My husband was murdered by this bandit, causing me dreadful grief. How could I yield so shamefully to the thief? The child I was carrying, that was my sole lease on life that helped me bear my humiliation. Now that my son is grown, and my old father has led troops to avenge our wrong, I, who am the daughter, have little face left for my reunion. I can only die to repay my husband." "My child," said the chief minister, "you did not alter your virtue according to prosperity or adversity. You had no choice. How can this be regarded as shame?" Father and daughter embraced, weeping. Xuanzang also could not contain his emotion. Wiping away his tears, the chief minister said, "The two of you must sorrow no more. I have already captured the culprit, and I must now dispose of him." He got up and went to the execution site, and it happened that the sub-prefect of Jiangzhou had also apprehended the pirate Li Biao, who was brought by sentinels to the same place. Highly pleased, the chief minister ordered Liu Hong and Li Biao to be flogged 100 times with large canes. Each signed an affidavit giving a thorough account of the murder of Chen Guangrui. First, Li Biao was nailed to a wooden ass, and after it had been pushed to the marketplace, he was cut to pieces and his head exposed on a pole for all to see. Liu Hong was then taken to the crossing at the Hong River, to the exact spot where he had beaten Chen Guangrui to death. The chief minister, the lady, and Xuanzang all went to the bank of the river, and as libations they offered the heart and liver of Liu Hong, which had been gouged out from him live. Finally, an essay eulogizing the deceased was burned. Facing the river, the three persons wept without restraint, and their sobs were heard down below in the water region. A yaksa patrolling the waters brought the essay in its spirit form to the Dragon King, who read it and at once sent a turtle marshal to fetch Guangrui. "Sir," said the king, "congratulations, congratulations. At this moment, your wife, your son, and your father-in-law are offering sacrifices to you at the bank of the river. I am now letting your soul go so that you may return to life. We are also presenting you with a pearl of wish fulfillment, 2 rolling pan pearls, 10 bales of mermaid silk, and a jade belt with lustrous pearls. Today you will enjoy the reunion of husband and wife, mother and son." After Guangrui had given thanks repeatedly, the Dragon King ordered a yaksa to escort his body to the mouth of the river and there to return his soul. The yaksa followed the order and left. We tell you now about Lady Yin, who, having wept for some time for her husband, would have killed herself again by plunging into the water if Xuanzang had not desperately held on to her. They were struggling pitifully when they saw a dead body floating toward the riverbank. The lady hurriedly went forward to look at it. Recognizing it as her husband's body, she burst into even louder wailing. As the other people gathered around to look, they suddenly saw Guangrui unclasping his fists and stretching his legs. The entire body began to stir, and in a moment he clambered up to the bank and sat down, to the infinite amazement of everyone. Guangrui opened his eyes and saw Lady Yin, the chief minister Yin, his father-in-law, and a youthful monk, all weeping around him. "Why are you all here?" said Guangrui. "It all began," said Lady Yin, "when you were beaten to death by bandits. Afterwards, your unworthy wife gave birth to this son, who is fortunate enough to have been brought up by the abbot of the Gold Mountain Temple. The abbot sent him to meet me, and I told him to go seek his maternal grandfather. When father heard this, he made it known to the court and led troops here to arrest the bandits. Just now we took out the culprit's liver and heart live, to offer to you as libations, but I would like to know how my husband's soul is able to return to give him life." Guangrui said, "That's all on account of our buying the golden carp. When you and I were staying at the Inn of 10,000 Flowers, I released that carp, not knowing that it was none other than the Dragon King of this place. When the bandits pushed me into the river afterward, he was the one who came to my rescue. Just now he was also the one who gave me back my soul, as well as many precious gifts. which I have here with me. I never even knew that you had given birth to this boy, and I am grateful that my father-in-law has avenged me. Indeed, bitterness has passed, and sweetness has come. What unsurpassable joy! When the various officials heard about this, they all came to tender their congratulations. The chief minister then ordered a great banquet to thank his subordinates, after which the troops and horses on the very same day began their march homeward. When they came to the Inn of 10,000 Flowers, the chief minister gave order to pitch camp. Guangrui went with Xuanzang to the Inn of Liu to seek the grandmother, who happened to have dreamed the night before that a withered tree had blossomed. Magpies behind her house were chattering incessantly as well. She thought to herself, could it be that my grandson is coming? Before she had finished talking to herself, father and son arrived together. The youthful monk pointed to her and said, "Isn't this my grandmother?" When Guangrui saw his aged mother, he bowed in haste. Mother and son embraced and wept without restraint for a while. After recounting to each other what had happened, they paid the innkeeper his bill and set out again for the capital. When they reached the chief minister's residence, Guangrui, his wife, and his mother all went to greet the chief minister's wife, who was overjoyed. She ordered her servants to prepare a huge banquet to celebrate the occasion. The chief minister said, "This banquet today may be named the Festival of Reunion, for truly our whole family is rejoicing." Early the next morning, the Tang Emperor held court, during which time the chief minister Yin left the ranks to give a careful report on what had taken place. He also recommended that a talent like Guangrui should be used in some important capacity. The Tang Emperor approved the memorial and ordered that Chen Yi be promoted to sub-chancellor of the Grand Secretariat, so that he could accompany the court and carry out its policies. Xuanzang, determined to follow the way of Zen, was sent to practice austerities at the Temple of Infinite Blessing. Some time after this, Lady Yin calmly committed suicide after all, and Xuanzang went back to the Gold Mountain Temple to repay the kindness of Abbot Feiming. The old Dragon King's foolish schemes transgress heaven. Decrees Prime Minister Wei's letter seeks help from an official of the dead. For the time being, we shall make no mention of Guangrui serving in his post and Xuanzang practicing austerities. We tell you now about two worthies who lived on the banks of the river Jing outside the city of Chang'an, a fisherman by the name of Zhang Shao and a woodman by the name of Li Ding. The two of them were scholars who had passed no official examination, mountain folks who knew how to read. One day, in the city of Chang'an, after they had sold the wood on the one's back and the carp in the other's basket, they went into a small inn and drank until they were slightly tipsy. Each carrying a bottle, they followed the bank of the Jing River and walked slowly back. "Brother Li," said Zhang Shao, "in my opinion, those who strive for fame will lose their lives on account of fame. Those who live in quest of fortune will perish because of riches. Those who have titles sleep embracing a tiger. And those who receive official favors walk with snakes in their sleeves. When you think of it, their lives cannot compare with our carefree existence, close to the blue mountains and fair waters. We cherish poverty and pass our days without having to quarrel with fate." "Brother Zhang," said Li Ding, "there's a great deal of truth in what you say, but your fair waters cannot match my blue mountains." "On the contrary," said Zhang Shao, "your blue mountains cannot match my fair waters, in testimony of which I offer a lyric to the tune of Butterflies Enamored of Flowers that says, "In a small boat o'er 10,000 miles of misty waves, I lean to the silent single sail, circled by sounds of the mermaid fish. My mind cleansed, my care purged, here lacks wealth or fame. Leisurely I pick stems of bulrushes and reeds. Counting the seagulls is pleasure to be told. At willowed banks and reeded bays, my wife and son join my joyous laugh. I sleep most soundly as wind and wave recede. No shame, no glory, nor any misery. Leading said, "Your fair waters are not as good as my blue mountains." I also have as testimony a lyric poem to the tune of "Butterflies enamored of flowers" that says, "At a dense forest's pine-seeded corner, I hear, wordless, the oriole. Its deft tongue is a tuneful pipe. Pale reds and bright greens announce the warmth of spring. Summer comes abruptly, so passes time. Then autumn arrives, for it's an easy change, with fragrant golden flowers most worthy of our joy. And cold winter descends, swift as a finger snaps. Ruled by no one, I'm free in all four climes." The fisherman said, "Your blue mountains are not as good as my fair waters, which offer me some fine things to enjoy. As testimony, I have here a lyric to the tune of the partridge sky. The fairyland, cloud and water do suffice. Boat adrift, oars accumbent, this is my home. I split fishes live and cook green turtles. I steam purple crabs and boil red shrimps. Green reed shoots, water plant sprouts. Better still the chicken heads, the Walter caltrops, lotus roots, old or young, the tender celery leaves, arrowheads, white caltrops, and niaoying flowers." The woodman said, "Your fair waters are not as good as my blue mountains, which offer me some fine things to enjoy. As testimony, I too have a lyric to the tune of the partridge sky. On tall, craggy peaks that touch heaven's edge, a grass house, a straw hut would make up my home. Cured fowls, smoked geese surpass turtles or crabs, hares, antelopes and deer, best fishes or shrimps. The scented chun leaves, the yellow lian sprouts, bamboo shoots and mountain tea are even better. Purple plums, red peaches, prunes and apricots ripe, sweet pears, sour dates, and cassia flowers." The fisherman said, "Your blue mountains are truly not as good as my fair waters. I have another lyric to the tune of the heavenly immortal. One leaf-like skiff goes where'er I choose to stay. I fear not 10,000 folds of wave or mist. I drop hooks and cast nets to catch fresh fish. With no sauce or fat, it's tastier yet. Old wife and young son complete my home. When fishes are plenty, I leave for Chang and marts, and barter them for wine. I drink till drunk. A choir coat shrouds me. On autumnal stream I lie, snoring, asleep, no fret or care. I love not the glory or the pomp of man." The woodman said, "Your fair waters are still not as good as my blue mountains. I too have a poem to the tune of the heavenly immortal. A few straw houses built beneath a hill, pines, orchids, plums, bamboos, lovable all, passing groves, climbing mountains. I seek dried woods, with none to chide, I sell as I wish. How much, how little, depends on my yield. I use the cash to buy wine as I please. Earthen crocks, clay flagons, both put me at ease. Sodden with wine, in the pine shade I lie. No anxious thoughts, no gain or loss, no care for this world's failure or success." The fisherman said, "Brother Lee, your mountain life is not as pleasing as my livelihood on the waters. As testimony, I have a lyric to the tune of Moon over West River. Red smartweeds, thick blooms glow in moonlight. Yellow rush leaves tousle, wind-shaken. The blue sky, clean and distant, in empty Chu River. Drawing my lines, I stir a deep pool of stars. In rank and file, big fishes enter the net. Teams of tiny perches swallow the hooks. Their taste is special when they're caught and cooked. My laughter presides over rivers and lakes. The woodman says, "Brother Zhang, your life on the waters is not as pleasing as my livelihood in the mountains." As testimony, I also have a lyric to the tune of Moon Over West River. Dead leaves, parched creepers choking the road, snapped poles, aged bamboos crowding the hill, dried tendrils and sedges in disheveled growth I break and take. My ropes truss the load, willow trunks hollowed by insects, pine branches clipped off by wind I gather and stockpile, ready for winter she's cold. Change them for wine or cash, as I wish. The fisherman said, "Though your life in the mountains is not bad, it is still not as charming and graceful as mine is on the fair waters." As testimony, I have a lyric to the tune of Immortal by the River. Falling tide moves my one boat away. I rest my oars, my song comes with the night. The choir coat, the waning moon, how charming they are. No seagull darts up from fright as rosy clouds spread through the sky. I sleep without care at reeded isles, still snoozing when the sun is high. I work after my own plans and desires, vassals in cold nights tending court. Could theirs match my pleasure and peace? The woodman said, "The charm and grace of your fair waters cannot be compared with those of my blue mountains." I too have a testimony to the tune of Immortal by the River. I walk autumn's frosty paths, dragging my axe. In nights cool, I pole back my load, stranger still with temples stuck with flowers. I push clouds to find my way out. Moon stuck, I call open my gate. Rustic wife and young son greet me with smiles. On straw bed and wooden pillow I lie. Steamed pears and cooked millet are soon prepared. The urn's brew, newly mellowed, will add to my secret joys. The fisherman said, "All these things in our poems have to do with our livelihood, the occupations with which we support ourselves. But your life not as good as those leisurely moments of mine, for which I have as testimony a regulated poem." The poem says, "Idly I watch the blue sky as white cranes fly. My boat stops streamside, my doors half closed. By the sail, my son's taught to knot fishing threads. Rowing stops, I join my wife to dry the nets. My mind is still, thus I know the waters is calm, myself secure. Hence I feel the wind is light. I freely don my green coir and bamboo hat. That beats wearing a robe with purple sash." The woodman said, "Your leisurely moments are not as good as mine, for which I also have a regulated poem as a testament. The poem says, idly I watch billows of white clouds fly, or sit in my thatched hut's closed bamboo gates. I open leisurely books to teach my son. At times I face guests to play circling chess. My cane strolls with my songs through floral paths. Aroused, I climb green mountains, lute in hand. Straw sandals, hemp sashes, and coarse cloth quilts all beat silk garments when your heart is free." Zhang Shao said, "Leading, the two of us indeed are lucky to have light songs to amuse us. We don't need castanets or flasks of gold. But the poems we have recited thus far are occasional pieces, hardly anything unusual. Why don't we attempt a long poem in the linking verse manner, and see how fares the conversation between the fisherman and the woodman?" Leading said, "That's a marvelous proposal, Brother Zhang. Please begin. My boat rests on the green waters, mist and wave. My home's deep in mountains and open plains. I love the streams and bridges as spring tide swells, care for ridges veiled by the clouds of dawn. My fresh carps from Longmen are often cooked. My dried woods, worm-rotted, are daily burnt. Nets of many kinds will support my age. Both pole and rope will see me to the end. I lie in a skiff and watch wild geese fly. I sprawl on grassy paths when wild swans cry. I have no stake in fields of mouth and tongue. Through seas of scandal, I've not made my way. Hung dried by the stream, my net is like brocade. Polished new on rocks, my axe shows a fine blade. Beneath autumn's moon, I oft fish alone. In spring hills, all quiet, I meet no one. Fishes are changed for wine for me and wife to drink. Firewood is used to buy a bottle for my son. I sing and freely pour on my heart's desire. In songs and sighs, there's none to restrain me. I call fellow boatmen to come as brothers. With friends we join the codgers of the wilds. We make rules, play games, and exchange the cups. We break words, remake them when we pass the mugs. Cooked shrimps, boiled crabs are my daily feasts. I'm daily fed by smoked fowls and fried ducks. My unlettered wife makes tea languidly. My mountain wife cooks rice most leisurely. When dawn comes, I lift my staff to stir the waves. At sunrise I pole my wood to cross big roads. I don coir coat after rain to catch live carps. Wind-blown I wield my axe to cut dried pines. Hiding tracks to flee the world, I'm like a fool. Blotting name and surname, I play deaf and dumb. Zhang Shao said, "Brother Li, just now I presumed to take the lead and began with the first line of the poem. Why don't you begin this time and I shall follow you? A rustic who feigns to be romantic. An oldie taking pride in streams and lakes. My lot is leisure. I seek laxity and ease. Shunning talk and gossip, I love my peace. In moonlit nights, I sleep in safe straw huts. When sky dims, I'm draped with light quagga cape. I befriend with ardour both pines and plums. I'm pleased to mingle with egrets and gulls. My mind has no plans for fortune or fame. My ears are deaf to the din of spear and drum. At any time I'd pour my fragrant wine. My day's 3 meals are soups of leafy greens. My living rests on 2 bundles of wood. My trade is my pole fit with hooks and lines. I call our young son to sharpen my axe. I tell my small rogue he should mend our nets. Spring comes, I love to watch the willows green. Warm days gladden the sight of rushes and reeds. To flee summer's heat, I plant new bamboos. I pick young lotus to cool myself in June. When frost descends, the fatted fowls are slain. By double ninth, I'd cook the roe-filled crabs. I sleep deep in winter, though the sun is high. When the sky is tall and hazy, I'd not fry. Throughout the year I roam free in the hills. In all 4 climes, I sail the lakes at will. Gathering wood, I own the immortals feel. Dropping my rod, I sport no worldly form. My door's wild blossoms are fragrant and bright. My stem's green water flows calm and serene. Content, I seek not the 3 dukes' seats. Like a 10-mile city, my nature's firm. Cities, though tall, must resist a siege. Dukes, though of high rank, must the summon heed. Delight in hills and streams is truly rare. Thank heaven, thank earth, let's thank the gods. The 2 of them thus recited poems and songs and composed linking verses. Arriving at the place where their ways parted, they bowed to take leave of each other. "Elder brother Li," said Zhang Shao, "take care as you go on your way. When you climb the mountains, be wary of the tiger. If you were harmed, I would find, as the saying goes, 1 friend missing on the street tomorrow." When Li Ding heard these words, he grew very angry, saying, "What a scoundrel you are! Good friends would even die for each other. But you, why do you say such unlucky things to me? If I'm to be harmed by a tiger, your boat will surely capsize in the river." "I'll never capsize my boat in the river," said Zhang Shao. Li Ding said, As there are unexpected storms in the sky, so there is sudden weal or woe with man. What makes you so sure that you won't have an accident? Elder brother Li, said Zhang Shao, you say this because you have no idea what may befall you in your business, whereas I can predict what'll happen in my kind of business, and I assure you that I won't have any accident. The kind of living you pick up on the waters, said Li Ding, is an exceedingly treacherous business. You have to take chances all the time. How can you be so certain about your future? Here's something you don't know about, said Zhang Shao. In this city of Chang'an, there's a fortune teller who plies his trade on the West Gate Street. Every day I give him a golden carp as a present, and he consults the sticks in his sleeve for me. I follow his instructions when I lower my nets, and I've never missed in 100 times. Today, I went again to buy his prediction. He told me to set my nets at the east bend of the Jing River and to cast my line from the west bank. I know I'll come back with a fine catch of fishes and shrimps. When I go up to the city tomorrow, I'll sell my catch and buy some wine, and then I'll get together with you again, old brother. The two men then parted. There is, however, a proverb. What is said on the road is heard in the grass. For you see, it happened that a yaksa on patrol in the Jing River overheard the part of the conversation about not having missed 100 times. He dashed back to the Water Crystal Palace and hastily reported to the Dragon King, shouting, "Disaster! Disaster!" "What sort of disaster?" asked the Dragon King. "Your subject," said the yaksa, "was patrolling the river and overheard a conversation between a woodman and a fisherman. Before they parted, they said something terrible. According to the fisherman, there is a fortune teller on West Gate Street in the city of Chang'an who is most accurate in his calculations. Every day the fisherman gives him a carp, and he then consults the sticks in his sleeve, with the result that the fisherman has not missed once in 100 times when he casts his line. If such accurate calculations continue, will not all our waterkin be exterminated? Where will you find any more inhabitants for the watery region who will toss and leap in the waves to enhance the majesty of the great king?" The Dragon King became so angry that he wanted to take the sword and go at once up to Chang'an to slay the fortune teller. But his dragon sons and grandsons, the shrimp and crab ministers, the Samli councillor, the perch sub-director of the minor court, and the carp president of the board of civil office, all came from the side and said to him, "Let the great king restrain his anger. The proverb says, 'Don't believe everything you hear.' If the great king goes forth like this, the clouds will accompany you, and the rains will follow you. We fear that the people of Chang'an will be terrified, and heaven will be offended. Since the great king has the power to appear or disappear suddenly, and to transform into many shapes and sizes, let him change into a scholar. Then go to the city of Chang'an and investigate the matter. If there is indeed such a person, you can slay him without delay. But if there is no such person, there is no need to harm innocent people." The Dragon King accepted their suggestion. He abandoned his sword and dismissed the clouds and the rains. Reaching the riverbank, he shook his body and changed into a white-robed scholar, truly with features most virile, a stature towering, a stride most stately, so orderly and firm. His speech exalts Kong and Meng. His manner embodies Zhou and Wen. He wears a silk robe of the color of jade, his casual head wraps shaped like the letter one. Coming out of the water, the Dragon King strode to the West Gate Street in the city of Chang'an. There he found a noisy crowd surrounding someone who was saying in a lofty and self-assured manner, Those born under the dragon will follow their fate. Those under the tiger will collide with their physiognomies. The branches yin 3, chen 5, psi 6, and hai 12 may be said to fit into the grand scheme, but I fear your birthday may clash with the planet Jupiter. When the Dragon King heard this, he knew that he had come upon the fortune-teller's place. Walking up to it and pushing the people apart, he peered inside to see 4 walls of exquisite writings, a room full of brocaded paintings, smoke unending from the treasure duct, and such pure water in a porcelain vase. On both sides are mounted Wang Wei's paintings. High above his seat hangs the Guigu form, the ink slab from Duangxi, the golden smoke ink. Both match the great brush of frostiest hair. The crystal balls, Guo Pu's numbers, neatly face new classics of soothsaying. He knows the hexagrams well. He's mastered the 8 trigrams. He perceives the laws of heaven and earth. He discerns the ways of demons and gods. One tray before him fixes the cosmic hours. His mind clearly orders all planets and stars. Truly, those things to come, and those things past, he beholds as in a mirror. Which house will rise and which will fall, he foresees like a god. He knows evil and decrees the good. He prescribes death and predicts life. His pronouncements quicken the wind and rain. His brush alarms both spirits and gods. His shop sign has letters to declare his name. This divine diviner, Yuan Shoucheng. Who was this man? He was actually the uncle of Yuan Tiankang, president of the Imperial Board of Astronomy in the present dynasty. The gentleman was truly a man of extraordinary appearance and elegant features. His name was known throughout the great country, and his art was considered the highest in Chang'an. The Dragon King went inside the door and met the master. After exchanging greetings, he was invited to take the seat of honor while a boy served him tea. The master asked, "What would you like to know?" The Dragon King said, "Please forecast the weather." The master consulted his sticks and made his judgment. Clouds hide the hilltop, and fog shrouds the tree. The rain you divine tomorrow, you'll see. At what hour will it rain tomorrow? And how much rain will there be? Asked the Dragon King. At the hour of the dragon, the clouds will gather, said the master, and thunder will be heard at the hour of the serpent. Rain will come at the hour of the horse and reach its limit at the hour of the sheep. There will be altogether 3 feet, 3 inches, and 48 drops of rain. You had better not be joking now, said the Dragon King, laughing. If it rains tomorrow, and if it is in accordance with the time and the amount you prophesied, I shall present you with 50 taels of gold as my thanks. But if it does not rain, or if the amount and the hours are incorrect, I tell you truly that I shall come and break your front door to pieces and tear down your shop sign. You will be chased out of Chang'an at once, so that you may no longer seduce the multitude. You may certainly do that, said the master amiably. Goodbye for now. Please come again tomorrow after the rain. The Dragon King took leave and returned to his water residence. He was received by various aquatic deities who asked, "How was the great king's visit to the soothsayer?" Yes, 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 said the Dragon King. There is indeed such a person, but he's a garrulous fortune teller. I asked him when it would rain, and he said tomorrow. I asked him again about the time and the amount, and he told me that clouds would gather at the hour of the dragon, thunder would be heard at the hour of the serpent, and that rain would come at the hour of the horse and would reach its limit at the hour of the sheep. Altogether, there would be 3 feet, 3 inches, and 48 drops of water. I made a wager with him. If it is as he said, I'll reward him with 50 taels of gold. If there is the slightest error, I'll break down his shop and chase him away. so that he will not be permitted to seduce the multitude at Chang'an. The great king is the supreme commander of the 8 rivers, said the water king, laughing, the great dragon deity in charge of rain. Whether there is going to be rain or not, only the great king knows that. How dare he speak so foolishly? That soothsayer is sure to lose. While the dragon's sons and grandsons were laughing at the matter with the fish and crab officials, a voice was heard suddenly in mid-air announcing, "Dragon King of the Jing River, receive the imperial command." They raised their heads to look and saw a golden-robed guardian holding the decree of the Jade Emperor and heading straight for the water residence. The Dragon King hastily straightened out his attire and burned incense to receive the decree. After he made his delivery, the guardian rose into the air and left. The Dragon King opened the decree, which said, "We bid the 8 rivers, Prince, to call up thunder and rain. Pour out tomorrow your grace to benefit Chang'an's race." The instructions regarding the hours and the amount of rain written on the decree did not even differ in the slightest from the soothsayer's prediction. So overwhelmed was the Dragon King that his spirit left him and his soul fled, and only after a while did he regain consciousness. He said to his water kinsman, "There is indeed an intelligent creature in the world of dust. How well he comprehends the laws of heaven and earth. I'm bound to lose to him." "Let the great king calm himself," said the Samli counselor. "Is it so difficult to get the better of the fortune teller? Your subject here has a little plan that will silence that fellow for good." When the Dragon King asked what the plan was, the counselor said, "If the rain tomorrow misses the timing and the amount specified by a mere fraction, it will mean that his prediction is not accurate. Once you have won, what's there to stop you then from tearing up his shop sign and putting him on the road?" The Dragon King took his counsel and stopped worrying. The next day, he ordered the Duke of Wind, the Lord of Thunder, the Boy of Clouds, and the Mother of Lightning to go with him to the sky above Chang'an. He waited until the hour of the serpent before spreading the clouds, the hour of the horse before letting loose the thunder, the hour of the sheep before releasing the rain, and only by the hour of the monkey did the rain stop. There were only 3 feet and 40 drops of water, since the times were altered by an hour and the amount was changed by 3 inches and 8 drops. After the rain, the Dragon King dismissed his followers and came down from the clouds, transformed once again into a scholar dressed in white. He went to the West Gate Street and barged into Yuan Shoucheng's shop. Without a word of explanation, he began to smash the shop sign, the brushes, and the ink slab to pieces. The master, however, sat on his chair and remained unmoved. So the Dragon King unhinged the door and threatened to hit him with it, crying, "You're nothing but a bogus prophet of good and evil, an impostor who deludes the minds of the people. Your predictions are incorrect. Your words are patently false. What you told me about the time and quantity of today's rain was utterly inaccurate, and yet you dare sit so smugly and so high on your seat. Leave here at once before you are executed." Still, Yuan Shoucheng was not at all intimidated. He lifted up his head and laughed scornfully. "I am not afraid," he said, "not in the least. I'm not guilty of death, but I fear that you have committed a mortal crime. You can fool other people, but you can't fool me. I recognize you all right. You are not a white-robed scholar, but the Dragon King of the Jing River. By altering the times and holding back the quantity of rain, you have disobeyed the decree of the Jade Emperor and transgressed the law of heaven. On the dragon execution block, you won't escape the knife, and here you are, railing at me. When the Dragon King heard these words, his heart trembled and his hair stood on end. He dropped the door quickly, tidied his clothes, and knelt before the master, saying, "I beg the master not to take offense. My previous words were spoken in jest. Little did I realize that my prank would turn out to be such a serious crime. Now I have indeed transgressed the law of heaven. What am I to do? I beseech the master to save me. If you want, I'll never let you go." "I can't save you," said Shoucheng. "I can only point out to you what may be a way of life." "I'm willing to be instructed," said the dragon. The master said, "You are to be executed tomorrow by the human judge, Wei Zheng, at the 3rd quarter past the hour of noon. If you want to preserve your life, you must go quickly to plead your case before the present emperor, Tang Taizong, for Wei Zheng is the prime minister before his throne. If you can win the emperor's favor, you'll be spared." Hearing this, the dragon took leave with tears in his eyes. Soon the red sun sank down and the moon arose. You see smoke thickens on purple mountains as homing crows tire. Travelers on distant journeys head for inns. Young wild geese at fords rest on field and sand. The silver stream appears to hasten the time float. Lights flare in a lone village from dying flames. Wind sweeps the burner to clear Taoist yard of smoke as man fades away in the butterfly dream. The moon moves floral shadows up the garden's rails. The stars are rife as water clocks strike. So swiftly the gloom deepens that it's midnight. Our Dragon King of the Jing River did not even return to his water home. He waited in the air until it was about the hour of the rat, when he descended from the clouds and mists and came to the gate of the palace. At this time, the Tang Emperor was just having a dream about taking a walk outside the palace in the moonlight, beneath the shades of flowers. The dragon suddenly assumed the form of a human being and went up to him. Kneeling, he cried out, "Your Majesty, save me, save me." "Who are you?" asked Taizong. "We would be glad to save you." "Your Majesty is the true dragon," said the Dragon King, "but I am an accursed one. Because I have disobeyed the decree of heaven, I am to be executed by a worthy subject of your Majesty, the human judge Wei Zheng. I have therefore come here to plead with you to save me." "If Wei Zheng is to be the executioner," said Taizong, "we can certainly save you. You may leave and not worry." The Dragon King was delighted and left after expressing his gratitude. We tell you now about Taizong, who, having awakened, was still turning over in his mind what he had dreamed. Soon it was 3/5 past the hour of the 5th watch, and Taizong held court for his ministers, both civil and martial. You see smoke shrouding the phoenix arches, incense clouding the dragon domes, light shimmering as the silk screens move, clouds brushing the feather-trimmed flags, rulers and lords harmonious as Yao and Shun, rituals and music solemn as Han's and Zhou as the attendant lamps, the court maiden fans show their colours in pairs. From peacock screens and unicorn halls, light radiates everywhere. 3 cheers for long life, a wish for reign everlasting. When a whip cracks 3 times, the caps and robes will bow to the crown. Brilliant palatial blooms, endued by heaven's scent. Pliant bank willows, sung and praised by court music. The screens of pearl, the screens of jade, are drawn high by golden hooks. The dragon phoenix fan, the mountain river fan, rest on top of the royal carriage. The civil lords are noble and refined. The martial lords, strong and valiant. The imperial path divides the ranks. The vermilion court aligns the grades. The golden seal and purple sashes bearing the 3 signs will last for millions of years as heaven and earth. After the ministers had paid their homage, they all went back to standing in rows according to their rank. The Tang Emperor opened his dragon eyes to look at them one by one. Among the civil officials were Fang Xuanling, Du Ruhui, Xu Shiji, Xu Jingzong, and Wang Gui. And among the military officials were Ma Sanbao, Duan Jixian, Yin Kaishan, Cheng Yaojin, Liu Hongji, Hu Jingde, and Qin Shubao. Each one of them was standing there in a most solemn manner, but the Prime Minister, Wei Zheng, was not to be seen anywhere. The Tang Emperor asked Xu Shiji to come forward and said to him, "We had a strange dream last night. There was a man who paid homage to us, calling himself the Dragon King of the Jing River. He said that he had disobeyed the command of heaven and was supposed to be executed by the human judge Wei Zheng. He implored us to save him, and we gave our consent. Today only Wei Zheng is absent from the ranks. Why is that?" "This dream may indeed come true," answered Shiji, "and Wei Zheng must be summoned to court immediately. Once he arrives, let your majesty keep him here for a whole day and not permit him to leave. After this day, the dragon in the dream will be saved." The Tang Emperor was most delighted. He gave the order at once to have Wei Zheng summoned to court. We speak now of Prime Minister Wei Zheng, who studied the movement of the stars and burned incense at his home that evening. He heard the cries of cranes in the air and saw there a heavenly messenger holding the golden decree of the Jade Emperor, which ordered him to execute in his dream the old dragon of the Jing River at precisely the 3rd quarter past the noon hour. Having thanked the heavenly grace, our Prime Minister prepared himself in his residence by bathing himself and abstaining from food. He was also sharpening his magic sword and exercising his spirit, and therefore he did not attend court. He was terribly flustered when he saw the royal officer on duty arriving with the summons. Not daring, however, to disobey the emperor's command, he had to dress quickly and follow the summons into court, kowtowing and asking for pardon before the throne. The Tang Emperor said, "We pardoned indeed our worthy subject." At that time, the various ministers had not yet retired from the court, and only after Wei Zheng's arrival was the curtain drawn up for the court's dismissal. Wei Zheng alone was asked to remain. He rode the golden carriage with the emperor to enter the chamber for relaxation, where he discussed with the emperor tactics for making the empire secure and other affairs of state. When it was just about midway between the hour of the serpent and the hour of the horse, the emperor asked the royal attendants to bring out a large chess set, saying, "We shall have a game with our worthy subject." The various concubines took out the chessboard and set it on the imperial table. After expressing his gratitude, Wei Zheng set out to play chess with the Tang Emperor, both of them moving the pieces step by step into positions. It was completely in accordance with the instruction of the classic of chess. The way of chess exalts discipline and caution. The most powerful pieces should remain in the center, the weakest ones at the flanks, and the less powerful ones at the corners. This is a familiar law of the chess player. The law says, you should rather lose a piece than an advantage. When you strike on the left, you must guard your right. When you attack in the rear, you must watch your front. Only when you have a secure front will you also have a rear, and only if you have a secure rear will you maintain your front. The two ends cannot be separated, and yet both must remain flexible and not be encumbered. A broad formation should not be too loose, while a tight position should not be constricted. Rather than clinging on to save a single piece, it is better to sacrifice it in order to win. Rather than moving without purpose, it is better to remain stationary in order to be self-supportive. When your adversary outnumbers you, your first concern is to survive. When you outnumber your adversary, you must strive to exploit your force. He who knows how to win will not prolong his fight. He who is a master of positions will not engage in direct combat. He who knows how to fight will not suffer defeat. And he who knows how to lose will not panic. For chess begins with proper engagement, but ends in unexpected victory. If your enemy, even without being threatened, is bringing up his reinforcement, it is a sign of his intention to attack. If he deserts a small piece without trying to save it, he may be stalking a bigger piece. If he moves in a casual manner, he is a man without thoughts. Response without thought is the way to defeat. The classic of poetry says, "Approach with extreme caution as if facing a deep canyon." Such is the meaning thereof. The poem says, "The chessboard is the earth. The pieces are the sky. The colors are light and dark as the whole universe." When playing reaches that skillful, subtle stage, boast and laugh with the old immortal of chess. The two of them, emperor and subject, played chess until 3/4 past the noon hour, but the game was not yet finished. Suddenly, Wei Jung put his head on the table and fell fast asleep. Taizong laughed and said, "Our worthy subject truly has worn himself out for the state and exhausted his strength on behalf of the empire. He has therefore fallen asleep in spite of himself." Taizong allowed him to sleep on and did not arouse him. In a little while, Wei Jung awoke and prostrated himself on the ground, saying, "Your subject deserves 10,000 deaths. Your subject deserves 10,000 deaths. Just now I lost consciousness for no reason at all. I beg your majesty's pardon for such insult against the emperor." "What insult is there?" said Taizong. "Arise. Let us forget the old game and start a new one instead." Wei Jung expressed his gratitude. As he put his hand on a piece, a loud clamour was heard outside the gate. It was occasioned by the ministers Qin Shubao and Shu Mogong, who arrived with a dragon head dripping with blood. Throwing it in front of the emperor, they said, "Your Majesty, we have seen seas turn shallow and rivers run dry, but a thing as strange as this we have never even heard of." Taizong arose with Wei Jung and said, "Where did this thing come from?" "South of the 1,000-step corridor," replied Shubao and Wukong. "At the crossroads, this dragon head fell from the clouds. Your lowly subjects dare not withhold it from you." In alarm, the Tang Emperor asked Wei Jung, "What's the meaning of this?" Turning to kowtow to him, Wei Jung said, "This dragon was executed just now by your subject in his dream." When the Tang Emperor heard this, he was seized with fear and said, "When our worthy minister was sleeping, I did not see any movement of body or limb, nor did I perceive any scimitar or sword. How could you have executed this dragon?" Wei Jung replied, "My lord, although my body was before my master, I left your majesty in my dream. My body before my master faced the unfinished game, with dim eyes fully closed. I left your majesty in my dream to ride the blessed cloud, with spirit most eager and alert. That dragon on the dragon execution block was bound up there by celestial hosts. Your subject said, 'For breaking heaven's law, you are worthy of death. Now by heaven's command, I end your wretched life.' The dragon listened in grief. Your subject bestirred his spirit. The dragon listened in grief, retrieving claws and scales to await his death. Your subject bestirred his spirit, lifting robe and taking step to hold high his blade. With one loud crack, the knife descended, and thus the head of the dragon fell from the sky." When Taizong heard these words, he was filled with both sadness and delight. The delight was caused by his pride in having a minister as good as Wei Jung. If he had worthies of this kind in his court, he thought, need he worry about the security of his empire? He was saddened, however, by the fact that he had promised in his dream to save the dragon, and he had not anticipated that the creature would be killed in this manner. He had to force himself to give the order to Shubao that the dragon head be hung on display at the market, so that the populace of Chang'an might be informed. Meanwhile, he rewarded Wei Zheng, after which the various ministers dispersed. That night, he returned to his palace in deep depression, for he kept remembering the dragon in the dream, crying and begging for his life. Little did he expect that the turn of events would be such that the dragon still could not escape calamity. Having thought about the matter for a long time, he became physically and mentally drained. At about the hour of the second watch, the sound of weeping was heard outside the door of the palace, and Taizong became even more fearful. He was sleeping fitfully when he saw our Dragon King of the Jing River, holding his head dripping with blood in his hand and crying in a loud voice, "Tang Taizong, give me back my life, give me back my life. Last night you were full of promises to save me. Why did you order a human judge in the daytime to have me executed? Come out, come out. I am going to argue this case with you before the king of the underworld." He seized Taizong and would neither let go nor desist from his protestation. Taizong could not say a word. He could only struggle until perspiration covered his entire body. Just at the moment when it seemed that nothing could separate them, fragrant clouds and colourful mists appeared from the south. A Taoist priestess came forward and waved a willow twig. That headless dragon, still mourning and weeping, left at once toward the northwest. For you see, this was none other than the Bodhisattva Guanyin, who by the decree of Buddha was seeking a scripture pilgrim in the land of the East. She was staying in the temple of the local spirit at the city of Chang'an when she heard in the night the weeping of demons and the crying of spirits. So she came specially to drive the accursed dragon away and to rescue the emperor. That dragon went directly to the court of the underworld to file suit, of which we shall say no more. We now tell you about Taizong, who, when he awoke, could only yell aloud, "Ghost! Ghost!" He so terrified the queens of 3 palaces, the concubines of 6 chambers, and the attending eunuchs that they remained sleepless for the entire night. Soon it was the 5th watch, and all the officials of the court, both civil and military, were waiting for an audience outside the gate. They waited until dawn, but the emperor did not appear, and every one of them became apprehensive and restless. Only after the sun was high in the sky did a proclamation come out saying, "We are not feeling too well. The ministers are excused from court." 5 or 6 days went by swiftly, and the various officials became so anxious that they were about to enter the court without summons and inquire after the throne. Just then, the Queen Mother gave the order to have the physician brought into the palace, and so the multitude waited at the gate of the court for some news. In a little while, the physician came out, and he was questioned about the emperor's illness. "The pulse of his majesty is irregular," said the physician, "for it is weak as well as rapid. He blabbers about seeing ghosts. I also perceive that there were 10 movements and 1 rest. But there is no breath left in his viscera. I am afraid that he will pass away within 7 days." When the various ministers heard this statement, they paled with fright. In this state of alarm, they again heard that Taizong had summoned Shumogong, Huguogong, and Yuchigong to appear before him. The 3 ministers hurried into the auxiliary palace where they prostrated themselves. Speaking somberly and with great effort, Taizong said, "My worthy subjects, since the age of 19, I have been leading my army in expeditions to the 4 corners of the earth. I have experienced much hardship throughout the years, but I have never encountered any kind of strange or weird thing. This day, however, I have seen ghosts. When you established your empire, said Gong, you had to kill countless people. Why should you fear ghosts? You may not believe it, said Taizong, but outside this bedroom of mine at night, there are bricks thrown and spirits screaming to a degree that is truly unmanageable. In the daytime it's not too bad, but it's intolerable at night. Let your majesty be relieved, said Shubao, for this evening your subject and Jingde will stand guard at the palace gate. We shall see what sort of ghostly business there is. Taizong agreed to the proposal, and Wukong and the other ministers retired after expressing their gratitude. That evening, the two ministers, in full battle dress and holding golden bludgeon and battle axe, stood guard outside the palace gate. Dear generals, look how they are attired. They wore on their heads bright, glimmering golden helmets, and on their bodies cuirasses of dragon scales. Their jeweled breastplates glow like hallowed clouds, with lion knots tightly drawn and silk sashes newly spun. This one had phoenix eyes facing the sky to frighten the stars. The other had brown eyes glowering like lightning in the shining moon. They were once warriors of the greatest merit, but now they've become, for all time, the guardians of the gates. In all ages, the protectors of the home. The two generals stood beside the door for the entire night and did not see the slightest disturbance. That night, Taizong rested peacefully in the palace. When morning came, he summoned the two generals before him and thanked them profusely, saying, "Since falling ill, I haven't been able to sleep for days, and only last night did I manage to get some rest because of your presence. Let our worthy ministers retire now for some rest so that we may count on your protection once again at night." The two generals left after expressing their gratitude, and for the following 2 or 3 nights, their standing guard brought continued peace. However, the royal appetite diminished and the illness became more severe. Taizong, moreover, could not bear to see the two generals overworked. So once again, he called Shubao, Jingde, the ministers Du and Fang, into the palace, saying to them, "Though I got some rest these past 2 days, I have imposed on the two generals the hardship of staying up all night. I wish to have portraits made of both of them by a skilled painter and have these pasted on the door, so that the two generals will be spared any further labor. How about it?" The various ministers obeyed. They selected 2 portrait painters who made pictures of the two generals in their proper battle attire. The portraits were then mounted near the gate, and no incident occurred during the night. So it was for 2 or 3 days until the loud rattling of bricks and tiles was again heard at the rear gate of the palace. At dawn, the emperor called together the various ministers, saying to them, "For the past few days, there have been, happily, no incidents at the front of the palace. But last night, the noises at the back door were such that they nearly frightened me to death." Wukong stepped forward and said, "The disturbances at the front door were driven off by Jingde and Shubao. If there is disturbance at the rear gate, then Weizheng ought to stand guard." Taizong approved the suggestion and ordered Weizheng to guard the rear door that night. Accepting the charge, Wei donned his full court regalia that evening. Holding the sword with which he had slain the dragon, he stood at attention before the rear gate of the palace. What splendid heroic stature! Look how he is attired. Green satin turban swathes his brow. The silk robe's jade belt is waist-hung. Wind-blown, crane-down sleeves fly like drifting snow. He bests Lu and Shu's divine looks. His feet wear black boots most supple. His hands hold a blade sharp and fierce. With glaring eyes he stared at all 4 sides. Which deviant god dares approach? A whole night went by, and no ghost appeared. But though there were no incidents at either the front or the rear gate, the emperor's condition worsened. One day, the Queen Mother sent for all the ministers to discuss funeral arrangements. Taizong himself also summoned Shu Mogong to his bedside to entrust to him the affairs of state, committing the crown prince to the minister's care as Liu Bei did to Zhuge Liang. When he had finished speaking, he bathed and changed his garments, waiting for his time to come. Wei Zheng then stepped out from the side and tugged the royal garment with his hand, saying, "Let your majesty be relieved. Your subject knows something that will guarantee long life for your majesty." "My illness," said Taizong, "has reached the irremediable stage. My life is in danger. How can you preserve it?" "Your subject has a letter here," said Wei, "which I submit to your majesty to take with you to hell and give to the judge of the underworld, Jue." "Who is Kui Jue?" asked Taizong. "Kui Jue," said Wei, "was the subject of the deceased emperor, your father. At first, he was the district magistrate of Qizhou, and subsequently he was promoted to vice president of the Board of Rites. When he was alive, he was an intimate friend and sworn brother of your subject. Now that he is dead, he has become a judge in the capital of the underworld, having in his charge the chronicles of life and death in the region of darkness. He meets with me frequently, however, in my dreams. If you go there presently and hand this letter to him, he will certainly remember his obligation toward your lowly subject and allow your majesty to return him. Surely your soul will return to the human world, and your royal countenance will once more grace the capital." When Taizong heard these words, he took the letter in his hands and put it in his sleeve. With that, he closed his eyes and died. Those queens and concubines from 3 palaces and 6 chambers, the crown prince and the 2 rows of civil and military officials, all put on their mourning garb to mourn him, as the imperial coffin lay in state at the Hall of the White Tiger. But we shall say no more about that. And so, our heroes take one more step on their long and winding path toward enlightenment. The journey is far from over, but for now we leave them under the quiet canopy of ancient forests, where the night whispers secrets to those who listen. Thank you for joining me on this peaceful adventure. If you enjoyed tonight's reading, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this journey with others who seek a calm escape. Your support helps keep these stories alive and our travels serene. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with wonder and your nights be restful. Sweet dreams, and I'll see you in the next chapter.